prayer and meditation. Thank you very much. We'll then move on to remind delegates that the rules and processes for the virtual sitting apply. And I'd also like to remind you of the following, that the virtual sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that the place of sitting is deemed to be Cape Town, where the seat of National Council of Provinces is, that delegates in the virtual sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in a sitting of the National Council of Provinces. That for the purpose of the quorum, all delegates who are logged onto the virtual platform shall be considered present. That delegates must always switch on their videos, and that delegates should ensure that the microphones on their gadgets are muted and must always remain muted. A reminder to all delegates that the interpretation facility is active, that any delegate who wishes to speak must use the raise your hand function or raise your hand icon. We will therefore proceed just to indicate to delegates that have been informed that there'll be no notices of motion or motions without notice, except the two motions on the order paper in the name of the Chief Whip. I now call on the Chief Whip to read the first motion on the order paper. Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and joining you. Say good morning to all honorable members. I move that the Council resolve that Rule 239, subsection 1, which provides inter alia that consideration of a bill may not commence before at least 3 working days have lapsed since the committee's report was tabled, be suspended for purposes of consideration of the second adjustment appropriation bill of 2020, as it has been referred to the National Council of Provinces by the National Assembly. I so move, Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. We'll now proceed to voting on the motion, and I shall put the question, and the question is that the motion be agreed to. But before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 71, if they so wish, and in terms of time, maximum of 3 minutes is allowed per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration? None. I now call upon the province to cast their votes. When called upon, the heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or they are abstaining. We'll do so in alphabetical order. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape, I cast a report.
Eastern Cape supports the motion. Free State.
Free State supports the report, Honorable Chairperson.
Free State supports the motion. Gauteng.
Gauteng in support, Chairperson.
Gauteng
yes, Gauteng supports.
KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal iyayeseka sihlala. Emotion.
Limpopo support the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Limpopo supports the motion. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support the motion, Chair.
Mpumalanga supports the motion. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape supports the motion, Chair.
Northern Cape supports the motion. Northwest.
Northwest support the motion, Chair.
Thank you.
Who supports the motion? Western Cape.
Western Cape supports the motion.
Western Cape supports the motion. As we can see, the majority, in fact, all the provinces support the motion. They've voted in favor. Therefore, the motion agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. I will now call upon the Chief Whip to read the second motion. Chief Whip.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move that the Council one notes the amended rules of political office bearers pension fund. 2 notes that rules of political office bearers pension fund require, after a general election, permanent delegates to the Council of Provinces must elect 1 permanent delegate as a trustee and 1 as an alternate to serve on the Board of Trustees of the fund. And 3, reappoints Honorable Archibald Joe Monyambe as trustee and Honorable Gladys Mahlangu as an alternate. I so move, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. We'll now proceed to voting on the motion. And the question is that the motion be agreed to. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 71, if they so wish. Just a reminder again, in terms of time allocation, maximum 3 minutes per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration? None. I now call upon provinces to cast their votes, and when called upon to vote, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain, and we shall do so in alphabetical order. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape, I cast a report.
Cast a report. Free State.
Free State supports.
Free State supports the report by the Chief Whip. Gauteng.
Gauteng supports.
Gauteng is in support. KwaZulu Natal.
IKwaZulu Natal iyayeseka sihlalo i-report.
Support the motion. Limpopo.
Limpopo support the motion.
Limpopo supports the motion. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support the motion.
Mpumalanga supports the motion. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support the motion, Honorable Chair.
Northern Cape supports the motion. Northwest.
Chair on stem
Hi, Chief. How are you? No, you proceed.
Northwest,
You proceed voting, otherwise we'll confuse them. Eh?
We'll have to assist Dango there. Thank you very much. Northwest, Estemsam. Western Cape.
Western Cape support.
Western Cape supports the motion. All the 9 provinces support the motion. They voted in favor, therefore declare the motion agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We will now proceed to the first order of the day. We'll now proceed to the first order of the day, consideration of the report of Select Committee on Appropriations, proposed division of revenue, and the conditional grant allocation to provinces and local government. I now call on Honorable Mahlangu to present the committee report. Honorable Mahlangu.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Ministry of Treasury, permanent and special delegates present, fellow South Africans, good morning. I'm once more, Honorable Chairperson, honored to table before this House a report on the proposed division of revenue and conditional grant for provinces and local government allocation for 2021-22 on behalf of the Select Committee on Appropriations. The committee anonymously adopted the report while the Democratic Alliance, Freedom Front Plus, and the Economic Freedom Fighters reserved their rights. In terms of public participation, Honorable Chairperson, we had, upon the tabling of the 2020 MTBPS, the committee received a presentation from the Minister and the National Treasury, and in compliance with Section 214, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, the committee consulted with the Finance and Fiscal Commission and the South African Local Government Association. Further consultations will continue after the tabling of the 2021 Division of Revenue Bill by the Minister in February next year, 2021. In order to facilitate public participation, newspapers' advertisements were placed in all 11 official languages calling for public comments. In response, Honorable Chairperson, written submissions were received from OUTA, COSATU, UNICEF, WCCC, the Center for Early Childhood Development, SANCRC, Amandla, Mobi, Mr. C. Silwani, and Dear South Africa. During a joint public hearing on the 27th of November 2020, oral submissions were also made by OUTA, COSATU, UNICEF, and the WCCC and the Center for Early Childhood Development. The 2020 MTBPS proposed a fiscal consolidation to stabilize debt and promote economic growth. The spending reductions will lower the budget deficit and await towards the wage bill to shift the composition of spending from consumption to investment. At the same time, reductions will require both improvements in efficiency and high-level decisions on government priorities. Finally, government will implement the principles of zero-based budgeting to address the negative impact of waste and unsustainable incremental increases on spending. Whilst processing the bill, Honorable Chairperson, the committee made the following observations and recommendations. National Treasury and the Department of Cooperative Governance, together with their provincial counterparts, should ensure that concrete measures are put in place to reduce the adverse impact of the reduced provincial and municipal equitable share and conditional grant allocations proposed for the 2021-22 MTEF on the core business and frontline service delivery. The current review of the provincial equitable share PES formula, to refine it to assist in addressing the costs associated with service delivery in rural and urban locations, is long overdue and should be expedited. A differential approach should be adopted, taking into account different provincial and municipal circumstances while addressing the gap between the most rural areas that solely rely on national government transfers and those with additional revenue sources. The proposed reduction should not affect the recent increase of 6.3% in municipal wages as part of the multi-year wage agreement, as we see in the public sector provincially and nationally. Parliament and provincial legislature should continue to monitor progress over the 2021-22 MTEF period. National Treasury and the Department of Human Settlement, Water and Sanitation should take steps to ensure that the title deeds restoration component within the Human Settlement Development Grant continues to achieve its intended objective to eradicate the backlog in providing title deed to subsidized houses delivered before 2014. After the conditional grant reconfiguration, both departments should ensure that the portion meant for title deeds restoration is not swallowed up by inefficiencies and the cost of backlogs in the human settlement development grant projects. Whilst the committee welcomes the new informal settlement upgrading partnership grant, it recommends that National Treasury and the Department of Human Settlement, Water and Sanitation, provincial treasuries and metropolitan municipalities ensure that proper grant management system and the requisite capacity to implement the new grant are put in place in compliance with the grant framework, and that informal settlement continue to be upgraded in major cities. Furthermore, government should expedite the process of addressing the spatial framework of apartheid to ensure that people are able to access equal opportunities wherever they are in South Africa. Parliament and provincial legislatures, through their various human settlement portfolio committees, portfolio select committees, should enhance their in-year monitoring of the grant to ensure better service delivery and value for money. The National Treasury and the Department of Transport, together with provincial transport departments and the affected municipalities, shall ensure that the launching and implementation of the integrated public transport network program is enhanced and expedited to ensure cost-effective and reliable public transport to commuters, particularly those who rely on public transport to go to work. National Treasury, the Department of Transport and its provincial counterparts should ensure that intergovernmental mechanisms are utilized to provide adequate support to those cities still struggling to implement the program before taking any drastic decisions such as stoppage of funds, as this may continue to perpetuate inequalities. Whilst the committee welcomes the proposed introduction in the 2021-22 financial year of an indirect component funded from the direct component to the municipal infrastructure grant to assist municipalities to improve their asset management practices, steps should be taken to ensure that this does not impact negatively on the completion of planned projects already budgeted for, and those in the implementation phase or near completion funded through the MIC allocation. While the committee notes the progress made with the draft municipal fiscal power and functions amendment bill planned to be submitted to Parliament in 2021-22 financial year, and which proposed the new uniform regulations for development charges with the intention to enhance the revenue raising framework for municipalities. The bill should be expedited and submitted to Parliament for consideration as soon as possible to improve municipal revenue, given the economic impact of COVID-19, my apologies. Parliament should continue to monitor progress in this regard. Whilst the committee welcomes the initiative to update the original municipal borrowing policy framework in order to increase the term maturity of borrowing, improve the secondary market for trade of municipal debt instruments, and further define the role of development finance instrument to avoid crowding out the private sector. Steps be taken to put in place proper municipal debt management system and to improve revenue collection in order to improve financial sustainability, management of municipal debt, and avoid over-indebtedness. National Treasury should ensure that the district development model is adequately funded in order to contribute to local economic recovery. And both National Treasury and Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs should provide clarity regarding operational modalities and how it will impact on existing intergovernmental relations reforms at local government level. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, I wish to thank all committee members, provincial committee members, committee stakeholders, media, and general public, which made written and oral submission to the committee as well as the committee support staff. Without these role players, the process would not have been a success. The committee recommends to the House that the bill be adopted without amendment. Angithokoze usekela ohlele ngaphambili usihlalo, ngithokoze isitshaba sekhethu, isitshaba seSouth Africa. Ngithi niziphathe kuhle, nibe noChristmas omuhle, nibe namaholiday amahle, niziphathe kuhle, nibuthane, inhliziyo zipharumalane. Ngiyathokoza.
No, thank you very much, Siyathokoza. Honorable Masango. Yesterday, Honorable you would have observed that the Minister of Finance was with us in the virtual sitting. Today, we know that the Minister Mboweni is also present in this sitting. So welcome to the Minister. And having done that, I now put the question. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to vote, I shall allow the provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote on the report in terms of Rule 71 if they so wish. Maximum time allowed for these papers is 3 minutes per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration? I see there's none. We shall therefore proceed to...
Honorable Chair, I raised my hand. Maybe you didn't see. Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, during the Select Committee deliberations, we once again saw how the ANC government's mismanagement of our finances let the people of South Africa down. On countless occasions in the past, the DA warned government that the continuous bailout of failing SOEs will have a huge negative effect on the delivery of basic services. The DA was again proven right when the SAA received 10.5 billion rand as a bailout. And yes, Honorable Minister, that is what it is, a bailout. This bailout once again led to a reduction in the amounts that municipalities will receive in order to deliver basic services. It is with great concern that we noted that the government guarantees to SOEs now amounts to 10.5% of the GDP. Let us, however, not only look at what the DA says about this report, let us look at what other institutions say about this. According to the FFC, it is unclear how municipalities will maintain the provision of services to poor households in light of the fact that the local government equitable share will decline by 9% in the 21-22 financial year. The FFC also told the committee that the government's macroeconomic forecasts were, and I quote, generally over-optimistic, which had significant consequences for the credibility of the MTEF, close quote. This over-optimism was evident when government decided not to honor its 3-year wage agreement without the consent of the various trade unions involved. Both FFC and PBO raised concerns that the lack of implementation of the 2020-21 leg of the multi-year wage agreement will present uncertainty for provincial budgets. In addressing our spending trends, PBO told the committee that many policies were designed and adopted without considering their total costs and affordability. Kusatu told our committee that there was a broad thrust of issues which government had failed to address and said that government should have focused on the 4 fundamental root causes, which were wasteful expenditure. I'm so sorry, Chairperson, I'm just here with the technology. Wasteful expenditure and corruption, loss of revenue, distressed SOEs, and a stagnant economy. A number of provinces again asked for additional funding in order to alleviate the effects that this crippling drought has got on their agricultural sector, but yet again to no avail. Various provinces also asked that the review of the provincial equitable share formula must be expedited and must be addressed the costs and associated with in-service delivery in rural and urban locations. It really is notable how all of these issues that were addressed by these other parties and provinces were raised by the DA in the past and is yet again ignored by this government, the ANC government. The Western Cape does not support this bill.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lauskachne. Any other declaration?
Limpopo Chairperson?
Yeah,
Yes.
please proceed.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson.
Not declaration, okay, there's no other declaration. Just Mumarakane there, eager to vote.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Report of the Select Committee on Appropriation on the proposed division of revenue and conditional grant allocation to promote provinces and municipalities as contained in the 2020 medium-term budget policy statement dated 8 December 2020. Honorable Chairperson, the COVID-19 pandemic has shown how important it is to invest social programs. It has shown that many of South Africans' public services, including the public health system, remain underfunded, despite increased investment since the democratic breakthrough. Owing to the lockdown measures to curb the spread of the pandemic, the high levels of inequality have now worsened. In this context, it is inevitable that the government responses to the pandemic should be more focused on maximizing available resources to protect socio-economic rights, to support access to water and sanitation, food security, resilient healthcare, and education system. Honorable Chairperson, the 2020 MTBPS has affirmed government's policy to fiscal consolidations, which focuses on the stabilization of debt and promoting economic growth. The ANC supports the argument in the report that the reductions in spending require both improvements in efficiency and focus on spending in sections such as infrastructure that have the greatest multiplier effect of investment fiscal resources. The reduction in the local government equitable share in 2021-2022 will cause challenges for many municipalities, especially if we consider the many serious financial sustainability issues. The ANC notes the concern expressed that local government was set to contribute 440 million to the 10.5 billion rand for SAA to implement its business rescue plan, and the fact that conditional grants have also formed part of the reprioritization of funds. Honorable Chairperson, we welcome the composition of expenditure shift towards greater levels of investment by government. While the cash transfer as well as increased resources to essential social and public services are welcome, we believe that our country still needs a massive fiscal stimulus that direct resources towards expanding domestic productive capacity. In this regard, South Africa's coal-fired power stations, which have been backbone of the economy, will be decommissioned and replaced by a new fleet of renewable electricity generation plants, thus bringing in the investment and energy security. As we adopt the report of the Select Committee on Appropriation, we must be assured that with the leadership of the ANC, South Africa will overcome the current challenges through cooperation across the spheres of government and working with social partners. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khan. We shall now proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes and when called upon to vote, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll do so in alphabetical order, starting with the Eastern Cape.
Eastern
Eastern
KPI
Cape.
Council report.
Eastern Cape Council report. Free State.
Free State supports.
Free State supports the report. Gauteng.
Gauteng in support.
Gauteng supports. KwaZulu-Natal.
iKwaZulu-Natal iyayeseka sandla.
Siyabonga, mama.
Limpopo support the report.
Siyabonga.
Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support the report.
Mpumalanga supports the
Siyabonga,
report. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape supports the report, Honorable Chair.
Northern Cape supports the report. Northwest.
Northwest Sam Chair.
Northwest stem
Thank you.
Western Cape.
Western Cape does not support.
Western Cape does not support the report. So 8 provinces support the report. Western Cape against the report. So the majority of provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Chief Whip.
So we'll proceed to the second order, consideration of votes and schedules. Second adjustment appropriation bill. So honorable delegates, the voting will be as follows. Each delegate, including special delegates, shall have 1 vote. And where there's no call for a division, a vote shall be carried, and we shall proceed to the next vote. Where a party wishes to object to a vote, that objection shall be noted, and we'll proceed to the next vote. So noting that some delegates might be in the waiting room for the first vote, 3 minutes they'll be given 3 minutes to join the House. This is in respect of the votes following thereafter. In respect of the votes following thereafter, 20 seconds will be provided to join the House. No delegate shall be allowed access whilst voting is in progress. So we will proceed, honorable delegates, and will ask the table, especially to assist with lowering the hands when the voting has been completed. So the first vote is vote 1, the presidency. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of votes in terms of Rule 63. And the declarations, to remind delegates again, 3 minutes per declaration. We'll start with Freedom Front Plus. Honorable Dwight.
Agbare voorsitter, die presidensiële werkskepingsinisiatief is niks anders as 'n goedkoop, al koste die belastingbetaler 'n paar miljard rand, 'n politieke foefie om dit te laat blyk of die regering en meer spesifiek die president die belange van Suid-Afrikaners op die hart dra. The presidential employment intervention is nothing more than a cheap gimmick, although it cost us billions to win votes and try to keep face with the constituents. False hope, a pipe dream, delusive contentment, call it what you want. We do not need short-term solutions for long-term problems, Chair. Politieke beloftes van werkskepingsprobleme blyk onbeplan en irrasioneel te wees, sien dat die toenemende beperkte fiskale klimaat aansienlik druk op die belastingbetalers plaas. Implementeringsflaters word van die presidensie tot presidensie oorgedra en herhaal sonder dat daar verantwoordelikheid vir die tekortkominge aanvaar word. Die gerieflike blaamverskuiwingstegniek word telkens gebruik. Mr. President, South Africa doesn't need to be seduced and mesmerized by promises of jobs, temporary jobs, I must add, short before a municipal election. It might raise questions. The intent of job creation might even give some people hope and a sense that the president might even care about the well-being of all South Africans, or not only those that form part of his circle of friends. These temporary jobs come at a price, a high one, I must add. Why didn't the president rather focus on stimulating the economy and done away with restriction legislation like BEE and affirmative action? South Africa needs permanent employment for its workforce. Permanent employment that's created by the private sector, not government. Challenges in schools, the shortage of educators and social workers are not temporary problems, Chair. These challenges will not go away in 3 months' time. Government's wage bill is a great concern and it's a huge burden on the fiscus. Local economies are microcosms that affect the macrocosm positively if government doesn't meddle in the economy. The Freedom Front Plus wants equal opportunities for all South Africa. We want permanent jobs. The presidency must stop keeping South Africans dependent. By doing so, you force them to survive instead of allowing them to prosper. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The ANC, Honorable S.J. Mohai.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC rises in support of Vote 1, the presidency. In considering the adjusted vote of funds for the presidency, our point of departure must be whether this has a material impact upon the facilitation of a program that responds to the electoral mandate, that responds to the medium-term strategic framework outputs, and whether it has an impact upon the capacitating the integrity of the state. The economic recovery and reconstruction plan and the funds allocated to the industrialization program in the second adjustment appropriation bill all require a presidency with capacity to coordinate planning, coordination, oversight, and mobilization and support. We are fully aware that the reduction on the presidential vote are funded mainly from savings accrued, and it is the ANC considered view that this adjustment will not have a material impact upon the constitutional and policy responsibilities of the presidency. Our support for this vote is grounded on the evidence and facts that have emerged since the sixth administration has taken office and the stewardship and guidance that the presidency has provided to the nation. The integrated government-wide response to COVID-19 pandemic under the leadership of the president, especially the focus on economic recovery, rooting out corruption, will go down the archives of history as among the best moments of thought leadership in a situation of unprecedented crisis. This has been also widely accepted by the World Health Organization that the ANC does provide necessary vision to lead the country. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I've been informed that the DA wishes to call for a division. Honorable Labuschagne, can you confirm this? And having confirmed, can you also have a confirmation of the 4 supporters?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, the DA objects and calls for a division.
Yes, no, thank you very much. Can we have an indication of who else support this?
Rider support.
Outcome support.
Support.
Outcome support.
Ocamp, yes.
Smith.
Smith, yeah. Who else?
Chairperson, why is the EFF
Also
not called for a declaration?
We'll come back to you, Mgause. Any other?
Support.
Who's? Fesser, thank you very much. Mgause, you want to take us back? Okay, let's hear you.
I am not taking you back. It's right there on the paper in front of you that the EFF would like to make a declaration. Chairperson, the
No.
EFF reject this vote. What we are rejecting is a spineless president who is failing to lead, whom his people are still living under apartheid spatial planning, segregated under apartheid laws to please his white masters. We're unfortunate in the middle of a crisis, in the middle of a pandemic, with a president who cannot take a decision, a president who is not decisive, a president who is unable to lead. We have in the past told the president about things that can be done in an immediate, that do not require legislation and can save money that can be spent somewhere where it is needed. We have in the past said to the president, do away with deputy ministers. We have seen in the middle of this pandemic how useless they are. What is more concerning is that the president has failed to deal with corruption decisively. Instead of dealing with corruption, headlines by firing people and taking upon himself to open criminal charges as some of these people work in his office. The president has done absolutely nothing. So we cannot support a spineless man to lead this country. Therefore, the EFF reject this vote.
No, that's noted. Yeah. Can I please make
Chair,
a
can I raise on a point?
A request, just a minute, Chief Whip. A request to all political parties. When called upon to make a declaration, please do so. So remain alert, respond timeously, so that indeed our program cannot be.
Chairperson, there's absolutely no need to be dramatic here. You never called the EFF to make a declaration. Instead, you ran to your white masters, the DA.
Chairperson, on a point of order.
I think we are really going beyond the bounds. This whole thing about white masters and so on is completely out of order. All I'm saying, and I want to repeat this because it should not be repeated. Otherwise, it will waste a lot of our time. If called upon to make a declaration, please do so. And
but she's voting with the DA anyway, so.
We're not called to make a declaration.
We will proceed, members. Division has been called. I will now allow a 1 minute window for delegates who are outside the virtual platform to join the session. The 1 minute starts now. Ten minutes left. 10 seconds left. Time up. Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. So we'll start with those who wish to vote in favor. And I request them to please raise their hands and please keep them there until informed otherwise.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
I'm sure that is noted. Please speak up so that we can hear you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Mushodi vote in favor.
Honorable Mushodi's vote is noted.
Chairperson, Honorable Nkosi vote in favor.
Honorable Ngosi's vote is noted.
Chairperson, Honorable Dube voting in favor.
Landsman in favor. Landsman in favor.
Landsman's vote is noted.
Honorable Governor voting in favor.
Margie Govenda's vote is noted.
Mama Rakhane in favor.
Noted.
Mama Rakhane in favor.
No, it has already been noted. Mama Rakhane.
Chairperson, the Dube in favor.
Yeah, Dube was noted.
Chairperson Mvoko, Eastern Cape in favor.
Mvoko's vote is noted. Counting has been going on now for some time. I guess it's now done, and I request the table to lower the hands. Those who wish to vote against, please raise your hands and keep them there. Any hands for noting? No.
Are you voting against?
It's reflected in the system. Please don't indicate.
Chairperson Mbulelo Baha voting against.
Mbulelo Baha's vote is noted.
Thank you.
Rest on Saturday.
Any other vote? Counting has been going on for some time. We should ask the table to lower the hands.
Organization says Africa has surpassed
Please
million
lower the hands.
COVID-19 cases.
So that we move on to
Please stand at over
those delegates who wish to vote, abstain. Delegates abstain.
Honorable Chair, can you call Honorable Dodovo to order, please? Voice,
I'm sure. To ask the table to please assist us to contact the relevant members. We now await, the vote is closed, the voting is closed, we'll await the results from the table. The results are as follows. Those in favor, 37. Those against, 11. And those abstaining, 0. The vote is therefore agreed.
Thank you.
We will now move on to vote 2, Parliament. I'm informed that there are no declaration in respect of this vote. I've further been informed that
the information that you got is wrong. The EFF is declaring on a parliament vote.
Please.
Why are you
Please
forever
proceed.
having such wrong information?
Please proceed. I've been informed.
Chairperson, the EFF rejects this budget vote parliament. We reject, in fact, we are rejecting Minister of Finance Tito Mbowene's austerity budget. As members of this council elected to represent our respective provinces, we should be ashamed of ourselves that we rubber stamp the executive bills without due consideration like some subcommittees in the ruling party. To agree to a budget cut of parliament under the auspices of economic crisis, when in reality we are dealing with ideology of austerity, is misguided and reduce this council, like the National Assembly, to absolutely nothing. Here in this council, we don't have capacity. For an example, we don't have capacity to support members adequately with drafting of legislation. This is just but one example. So we cannot support such a budget which comes from a one man and a ruling party with whom they feel if they want to do the budget cut, they cannot consult other parties. Therefore, as the EFF, we stand in objection of this budget vote.
Yes, thank you very much. Any other declaration? I must say in the system, there's no indication. But is there anyone else? Mahlangu,
Honorable Mahlangu, Chair. Yes.
Please proceed.
Honorable Chair, thank you. We have repeatedly stated that considering a vote of funds for Parliament together with departmental vote of funds is a breach of separation of powers. The budget of Parliament cannot continue to be dealt with as if it were a department vote upon which Parliament must take a decision. This is a contradiction. We have in Parliament the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament, whose scope of work has oversight on the budget of Parliament. What we have to do as Parliament is to introduce the necessary legislative amendment to the Financial Management of Parliament Act, and where necessary, the Money Bills Act. This chairperson should be assigned by the Joint Standing Committee or to Parliament legal team to draft the necessary legislative amendment so that we can introduce the amendments before the February 2022 budget to bring the budget allocation of Parliament in line with the judiciary and executive. It is no secret, Honorable Chairperson, that Parliament is underfunded in terms of the vast oversight work that it has to carry out, support to members, support to constituency work, and the weight of ensuring an effective program of Parliament is run to meet the people's needs. Notwithstanding, Honorable Chairperson and members, the ANC supports vote 2, Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlangu. Any other declaration? None. We will therefore proceed. I've been informed that the DA wishes to call for a division. Honorable Labus Kakne, can you please confirm that? And having confirmed, please indicate who are the 4 people who are supporting the division.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The DI objects and declares.
Yes, thank you very much. The
Ocamp supports.
Ocamp, yeah.
Linda Nana. Support.
Nana.
Smith.
The third person.
Smith.
Ryder.
Professor supports.
Professor support, yeah. Who's the third one? Smith. Fourth is Smith. Thank you very much. Division having been called, I will now allow 20 seconds window a period of time to delegates who are outside the virtual platform to join in the session. Those 20 seconds start now. Ten seconds left. 5 seconds left. Thank you very much. We now proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the vote be agreed to. We'll start with those delegates who wish to vote in favor. Please indicate. Those in favor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor of vote number 2, Parliament. Thank you.
Honorable Mushodi's vote is noted.
Chairperson.
Mama Rakhane, vote in favor.
Mama Rakhana's vote is noted.
Honorable Nkosi, vote in favor, Chair.
Honorable Nkosi's vote is noted.
Chairman, I am voting in favor. Zolani Mkiva.
Honorable Zolani Mkiva's vote is noted.
Honorable Munyamani, vote in favor.
Honorable Munyamane from Limpopo, vote in favor, noted.
Honorable Governor, KZN, votes in favor.
Honorable Governor, KZN's vote is noted.
Honorable Dube, KZN, vote in favor.
Honorable Dube's vote is noted.
Luana Chair, Eastern Cape in favor.
Honorable member from the Eastern Cape's vote is noted. Thank you very much. I mean, the voting has been going on for some time now. I'll ask the table to lower the hands. Thank you very much. Now move over to those delegates who wish to vote against. Please raise your hands and keep them there. Yeah.
I'll vote everyone.
Any hand that needs to be noted, please indicate.
Squatty.
Squatty.
Please vote noted.
I'll vote everyone.
Oh, I vote.
I vote.
Oh, okay.
I've already voted.
Any other? No. We'll ask the table to lower the hands. Thank you very much. Have been counted. The last set of delegates to vote should indicate abstention. Those abstaining, please raise your hands. No. The votes are now in, and the results are as follows. 37 have voted in favor, 11 against, abstention 0. The vote is therefore agreed to. Thank you very much. Now I put to vote 3, cooperative governance. I've been informed that the following parties wishes to make declarations: EFF, FF Plus, and the ANC. Declarations, delegates to be reminded, have to, at a maximum, be 3 minutes. So it's 3 minutes per declaration of vote. So let's start with the EFF.
No, thank you, Chairperson. While we welcome, while we welcome the upwards adjustment of the budget of the department to cater for the added responsibilities given to the department. We, in principle, Chairperson, object to the budget vote of the Department of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs. Thank you, Chair. EFF, we don't support this.
Thank you very much. Detroit. Honorable Detroit, declaration.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Agbare Voorsitter, local government is supposed to be the backbone of the economy, the beacon of hope, the foundation of good governance, and the template of excellence. Instead, Chair, it's the opposite. It's the blueprint of the moral fiber of cadres and politicians that carefully planned local government into an unsightly heap of ruin with its distinctive, no pun intended, smell of rot and effluent. The number of unsustainable municipalities in the country are increasing. More funding is needed to sustain local municipalities, and the deep-rooted rot of corruption and cadre protection must first be uprooted. In spite of this huge shortfall of funds, the municipal and provincial level, provinces and municipalities will be seeing 17 billion rand less. If the wage bill negotiations doesn't go as Treasury envisions, conditional grants and the goods and services budget at the provincial and local sphere will feel the brunt of it. According to OTA, there seems to be an inability to resolve the perceptual lack of water supply to many communities in South Africa, Chair. This demonstrates the lack of planning, coordination, and implementation of different levels of government. This is a matter that needs a separate annual review by Parliament. During the presentations, OTA also highlighted the following. At local government level, OTA has consistently highlighted that municipalities are not delivering good value for money. Services are not being rendered to the requisite standard despite consistent budget allocations. The challenges at local government level are moderate and repeatedly highlighted in the Auditor General's MFMA reports and too in a negative, repeatedly reports in the media. We are concerned that while many municipalities lunge from bad to worse, residents in these municipalities are the net losers, Chair. Conditional grants for local government were reduced by 3.7 billion rand in the supplementary budget, and now will be reduced by further 569 million rand because of the adjustments to fund South African Airways Business Rescue Plan. They noted that under Kochta's Program 5, Local Government Support and Intervention Management, the municipal infrastructure grant is receiving 180 million rand less. Voorsitter, voorwaardelike toekennings vir plaaslike regering was tydens die aanbasbegroting 3.7 miljard verminder en nou weer met 569 miljoen negatief aangepas om SAL te finansier. Chair, the plea is the same in all departments. Implement consequence management in local government, root out corruption, prioritize developmental projects, and plan ahead. The Freedom Front Plus doesn't support this bill.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deutsch. We'll move to Honorable TSC Dodovu from the ANC.
Thank you, Chair. The ANC supports the vote on cooperative governance. We're doing so because we accept that the second adjustment appropriation bill takes place under very difficult conditions as the global economy have shrunk due to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. Most municipalities have been negatively affected by the drop significantly in revenue collection. The impact of this has already been felt, and the knock-on effect will be felt into the 2021-2022 financial year. The ANC notes the introduction of the informal settlement upgrading partnership grant for provinces and metropolitan municipalities, which seeks to empower communities to improve their living conditions. Currently, this grant will enable households living in informal settlements to have access to quality basic services. This is a welcome initiative as it will build on the realization of a developmental local government. The ability of municipalities to provide reliable services has been affected by the deteriorating water services and aging electrical distribution infrastructure, which often lead to protests and subsequent damage to existing municipal infrastructure. The ANC welcomes the adjustments on the municipal infrastructure grant, as this will address technical skills and inadequate spending on repairs and maintenance. The ANC knows that during the 2021 empty year period, transfer to provinces and municipalities are growing below the predicted inflation rate, and this will have a negative impact on provision of quality services to communities. This program and mechanisms of the district development plan should be prioritized by the department, as it will be designed to improve service delivery and address planning and coordination challenges. This program requires adequate resources so that it can reinforce local economic development in support of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. On those bases, going forward, the ANC support vote 3, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I've been informed that the DA wishes to call for a division, but before we do that, just make certain the whole question of declaration. Any other political party wishing to make a declaration? None. So we move on to the call for a division. I've been informed that the DA wishes to make a division. Honorable Labuschagne, can you please confirm this? And can you also confirm the 4 delegates supporting the idea?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, the DA objects and calls for a division.
Support, Karim Visser.
Willie Oukamp support.
There's Visser, there's
Willie Oukamp
Nana.
support. Oukamp.
Oukamp, yeah. Who's the 4th person?
Smith.
Okay. Thank you very much. Division having been called, I will now allow 20 seconds window to delegates who are outside the virtual platform to join the session. The 20 seconds starts now. Ten seconds, 15 seconds, 20. Thank you very much. We will now move on to voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. We'll start with those who wish to vote in favor. Please raise your hands. And can those who are outside the system, please.
Mamarahana's vote in favor.
Mamarahana's vote is noted.
Chairperson, Honorable Nkosi, vote in favor.
Honorable Nkosi's vote noted.
Chairperson, Honorable Munyamani, vote in favor.
Munyamani's vote is noted.
Chairman, Zolani Mkiva is voting in favor, Chair.
Zolani Mkiva's vote is noted.
Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Mushodi's vote is noted. Any other vote? No, thank you very much.
Honorable Dube, vote in favor, Chair.
Honorable Dube is there, okay. Thank you very much. Any other votes wishing to be noted? No. So we'll proceed. I'm sure the counting has been going on all along. Please lower the hands. Thank you very much. Let's go on to those who wish to vote against. Please have your hands up. Those voting against. Those wishing their votes to be noted, please indicate. Yes. Thank you very much. I'm sure the table can lower the hands, having counted all of them. Thank you very much. The last cohort, if I may call them that, are those who are abstaining. Any abstentions? No. Thank you very much. The votes are now in. Those who have voted in favor are 37. Those against are 11, 1, and 0 abstentions. The vote is therefore agreed to. Thank you very much. We'll move on to vote for Government Communication and Information System. I put the vote for Government Communication and Information System as indicated earlier on. Parties wishing to make declarations are 2 indicated here. The first one is EFF, Arnold's. The second one is ANC, TB Matibe. Is there any other person who wishes to make a declaration? Any other party wishing to make a declaration? None. Thank you very much. We'll therefore start with the Honorable Arnold's. Let's please keep to the 3-minute rule. EFF?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll take it on behalf of Honorable Arnold. Chairperson of the Council, the EFF rejects this budget vote of Government Communication and Information System. Although National Treasury has appropriated GCIS with an additional 60 million, we believe that this money will not be used towards its intended purpose, but it will rather line the pockets of corrupt government officials who are with close proximity to the ANC leadership. The corruption and looting of state funds and resources, Chairperson, happens here at GCIS and has become so brazen that even those closest to the president are implicated, it with all those in the higher ranks of the ANC. The president's spokesperson, Kusela Diko, is a perfect example of what exactly is transpiring within the ANC government. This department is failing dismally, even though it is appropriated extra funds, Chairperson. Therefore, we as the EFF cannot support this vote. Thank you.
For what?
Wena Zandamela.
O batla dikgotso ra bereka.
Awuthule wena Zandamela.
Awume mkhaya yazi Zandamela awuthule yazi.
Honorable Chairperson, on a point of order, we have a discussion here that nobody understands and nobody comes from.
Run a house.
Chair, you're muted.
Sorry, I've called upon Honorable Matibe.
Malebongwe.
Honorable Matibe is not there.
The chair is
Honorable wants to replace Matibe. Honorable Muiman.
Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm there.
Yes, Matibe, please proceed.
Chairperson, I'm there.
Yes, please proceed. Declaration.
Yeah, thank you
Declaration
very
on
much.
vote
I'm there.
Government communication
I
and information.
rise on behalf of the African National Congress to support the adjusted budget for GCIS.
Matibe, please proceed. Honorable Matibe, please proceed. There being a problem, I think we'll go on. And
Chairperson, can you hear me?
Please proceed, Honorable Matibe. There seems to be a problem there. We'll proceed with the call for a division by the DA and ask Labuskachne to please indicate if this is the case. And if this is indeed so, confirm the 4 people who are in support.
Thank you, Chair.
Hello?
Thank you,
Yes,
Chair.
please proceed.
The DA.
Please proceed.
The DA objects and calls for a division.
DA calls for a division. Thank you very much. The 4 persons or delegates.
Sir.
Ocamp supports.
There's the first
Ocamp.
Right. Who else?
Christian.
There's Christian, yeah. Who's the 4th person? Ryder. Thank you very much. And there we are. The division has been called. I'll now allow for 20 seconds for those who are outside of the system to join in, to join the session. 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds. Thank you very much. We will then move on to and proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. We'll start with those delegates who wish to vote in favor. Please raise your hands and keep them there.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Honorable Mushodi is noted.
Honorable Mamarkhani, vote in favor.
Honorable Mamarkhani's vote is noted.
Honorable Nkosi, vote in favor.
Honorable Nkosi's vote is noted.
Honorable Dube Ngube, vote in favor.
Honorable Dube Ngube's vote is noted.
Honorable Mutswana, vote in favor.
Sorry? Please.
Honorable Mutswana, vote in favor.
Honorable Mutswana, vote in favor, noted.
Zolani Mkeva is voting in favor.
Zolani Mkeva is voting in favor, noted. Any other? No. I'm sure the voting has been, the counting of the votes have been going on for some time. I'll ask the table to remove the hands from the system. Thank you very much.
Landsman in support.
We'll move to those who want to vote against. Please put your hands up. Those wishing to vote against? Any vote to be noted? Please indicate. If none, I'm sure counting has now happened. So I'll ask the table to lower the hands. Please lower the hands. Thank you very much. We'll now move to those who want to abstain. Please indicate your vote. Please raise your hands. There be no hands. When the vote having come in, voting has gone as follows: 37 in favor, 12 against, 0 abstentions. So 37 in favor, 12 against, 0 abstentions. And the majority of people have voted in favor of this vote. So the vote is agreed to. Thank you very much. We move to the next vote, which is vote 5, Home Affairs. So I put vote 5, Home Affairs. And I've been informed that the following people would like to make declarations. That's a reminder again, maximum 3 minutes per declaration of vote. Those who have indicated they wanted to speak are as follows. DA Honorable Sileku, I Sileku, EFF Honorable BT Matebula, and ANC Honorable N.E. Nkosi.
Honorable Chair.
Any make a declaration?
Honorable Chair. On a point of order, Honorable Fisher will do this declaration and not Honorable Sileku.
Chairperson, we can't hear you.
Honorable, just get the name again. Honorable Abu Skakne?
Honorable Fisher.
Honorable Fisher. Okay. No, that's fine.
Honorable
wishing to make a declaration? No, none. Let's start with Honorable Fisher. Honorable Fisher.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, fellow South Africans. It should be noted that the devastation to the South African economy is not only due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The many years of revenue mismanagement and looting of fiscal funds has resulted in the dismal situation facing the country, which the future generations will continue to pay for. The Department of Home Affairs will also be affected by the budget cuts. How can the government take millions of rands away from government departments from the security cluster, such as Home Affairs, who is providing daily basic social services to the South African population and then allocates them to the SAA? 1.5 billion has been allocated to SAA, but only 1.6 billion to Home Affairs to run immigration and deal with the massive problem of our porous borders. This shows where the priorities of the ANC government lie. It's about time that the ANC government puts the poor and vulnerable first instead of SAA. The DA do not support this vote.
Thank you very much. EFF.
Chairperson, thank you very much. The EFF do not support this budget vote cut of the Department of Home Affairs. Home Affairs is one of the most crucial departments that government should actually be supporting and making sure that funds are allocated to this department. In this very same department, staff is not capacitated. The Department of Home Affairs do not have proper infrastructure to deal with service delivery towards our community. Corruption has actually halted every service that needs to go to our people, ordinary people of this country. We are seeing corruption in this department. We are seeing members of this department taking bribes and issuing wrong identification to ordinary people. This is why we are not supporting this budget cut, because in issuing such wrongful identification document, it clearly tells you that there is no proper infrastructure to trace every document that comes out of the Department of Home Affairs. Therefore, we are rejecting this budget vote cut. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. The African National Congress supports budget 5 vote. Considering the state of security in our country, the ANC 54th National Conference noted the challenges of underfunding of the Department of Home Affairs, yet it has a major impact on national security, social cohesion, and the achievement of the country's national goals. Conference resolved that legislation should be developed to reposition the department as a core security department with adequate resources to enable it to achieve its vision of a modern and secure department, to expedite the finalization and implementation of border management authority legislation. One of the department's strategic priorities is to establish the border management authority. Previously, the main challenge to the establishment has been the delay to pass legislation. After deliberations and engagements during the parliamentary processes this year, the President signed the bill into law. The medium-term priorities for the peace and security cluster include fighting crime and securing the territorial integrity of the Republic. In this regard, funds have been set aside to establish border management authority. The Department of Home Affairs indicated that the BMA will be rolled out incrementally in different phases. This will assist in dealing with our porous borders, which pose a threat to the safety and well-being of our country, her people, and our economy. This is in line with the economy reconstruction and recovery plan as tabled by the President, and in line with the vision of the National Development Plan. The BMA will ensure secure migration and address the challenge of porous borders in line with these policies of the ANC. Therefore, the ANC support vote 27. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Order. No, thank you very much.
Order, Chairperson.
Of course, we should know that this
Order, Chairperson.
For the member, yeah. For the delegates, yes. Nana, what's your point of order?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Out of respect for Honorable Nkosi, because it was her maiden speech, I'm now confused. Are we dealing with vote 4 or vote 5 or vote for 5?
You are out of order now.
Out of order. No,
Let's
call for a division. I'm told that the call for a division. Can you please confirm this?
Chairperson, for the record,
Yeah.
the Honorable Nkosi should have said vote 5.
I said it's vote 5, Chairperson. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So, Lamskakne, please confirm.
Honorable Chair, the DI objects and calls for a division.
DI objects and calls for a division. Can we have the other 4 delegates supporting this?
Ocamp support.
There's Ryder.
Ocamp.
Ocamp.
Nana.
Third person is Nana.
Fisher.
Fisher is the fourth person. Thank you very much. Division having been called, I will now allow a 20 seconds window to delegates who are outside the virtual platform to join the session. 20 seconds starts now. Ten seconds. 15 seconds. 20 seconds. Thank you very much. We will now proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. We'll start with the delegates who are voting in favor. Please raise your hands and keep them there.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Honorable Mushodi's vote is noted.
Honorable Dube in favor.
Honorable Dube's vote is noted.
Honorable Mamarekhan in favor.
Honorable Mamarekhan's vote is noted.
Zolani Mkiva is voting in favor.
Honorable Zolane's Mkiva's vote is noted.
Honorable Munyamani, Chair, vote in favor.
Honorable Munyamani's vote is noted.
Honorable Nkosi again, Chair.
Honorable Nkosi's vote is noted.
Honorable Luana, Eastern Cape.
Honorable Umile Luana's name is noted. Any other vote to be noted? No. I'm sure the counting has been going on for some time. I'll ask the table to lower the hands. Thank you very much. We'll then move to those delegates who want to vote against. Please raise your hands. Thank you very much. Any other vote to be noted for those who are outside the system? No, none. I'm sure the counting has now been done. I'll ask the table to lower the hands. Thank you very much. We'll now go to those delegates who wish to abstain. Please indicate. Any abstentions? None. I see the results are now out. In favor is 38, 38. Against is 11, 1. And abstentions 0. The majority is, of the delegates have voted in favor, and therefore the vote is agreed to. Thank you very much. We'll then move on to vote 6, international relations and cooperations. And as we do so, we'll ask Honorable Lucas, Silvia Lucas, to take over. Honorable Lucas.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I now put vote 6, international relations and cooperation. I see that there are apparently no declarations, but let me rather ask, is there any party that want to make a declaration of vote? If none, we will continue. Is there any call for a division? If none, it seems that the vote is agreed to. The objections of other parties are noted. Unless they want to repeat it, That is DA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you for putting it on record.
It's on record. Thank you very much, Honorable Makause. So the vote is agreed to. We will continue. And I now put vote 7, the National School of Government. The following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63. The EFF, ANC, and is there any other party that want to make a declaration of vote before we continue? If none, we will now give to the EFF to make the declaration of vote.
Deputy Chairperson, we won't be making any declaration on this vote.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makause, ANC.
Chairperson, in the interest of time, we also make a declaration.
Thank you very much. Then the vote is agreed to. We take note of the objections of DA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus. Noted, and the vote is agreed to. I now put vote 8, National Treasury, and I have been informed that the parties would want to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63. It is the EFF, Freedom Front Plus, ANC. Before we proceed, is there any other party that want to make a declaration of vote? If none, we will continue and we will request Honorable Moletsane of the EFF to make your declaration of vote.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, at the beginning of levels of lockdown regulations, the EFF lauded the government's swift and decisive actions to allocate adequate funding towards the fight against the spread of COVID-19. The EFF went as far as committing 30% from the salaries of all its public representatives to donate to the Solidarity Fund in unity with the government in its attempt to save lives and flatten the curve. However, the EFF has noted with concern reports of corruption and mismanagement related to tenders and COVID-19 relief funds at various levels of the government. We have also noted with concern the Auditor General's municipal report. It has become evident that the government lacks the capacity and systems to monitor COVID-19 expenditure and enforce strict penalties and consequences for those found in contravention of processes. The EFF has been vocal about the model used to distribute funds and believes the model ought to be revisited. Therefore, the EFF doesn't support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Moletsane. Honorable Du Toit, I just want to remind members of the 3 minutes per declaration. Honorable Du Toit of the Freedom Front Plus.
Dankie, achtbare adjunkvoorsitter. National Treasury is a very important role to play to support the economic growth and development and good governance, social progress and rising living standards through accountability, economical efficiency, equitability, sustainable management of public finances, maintenance of macroeconomic and financial sector stability, and effective financial regulation of the economy. The question is, did they succeed in their mandate and purpose? Chair, we are not here to beat around the bush. We as Parliament must also fulfill our mandate to hold the different departments accountable. We must give praise where it's due and also identify areas where much attention is needed. National and local treasuries are not doing enough monitoring of our local governments. This is to the frustration of the communities. The number of municipalities that were placed under administration the past year increased, and municipalities and provincial legislatures are not being brought to book for mismanagement and corruption, Chair. South Africa was promised that the COVID relief funds would be safe and that measures would be in place to prevent any misconduct from taking place. Famous last words. For the past 26 years, National Treasury has had the difficult task of ensuring that there were funds available to spend in the country. For 26 years, National Treasury has failed to hold on to the executive, to account, Chair. They seem to have been directed by political influence, a very difficult position to be in. The year 2021 could be ridden by community protest action and municipal unrest that will further impact negatively on the country, service delivery and municipal rates collection. Voorsitter, die tyd het aangebreek dat die regeringsafdelings nie meer as silo's werk nie, maar gesamentlik moet poog om nasionale tesorie te ondersteun om wel booswigte tot verantwoording te roep sodat hulle in die pen kan ry. Die VF+ versoek dat nasionale tesorie moet toesien dat die hooffinansiële beamptes by munisipaliteite wat hulself skuldig maak aan wandade vervolg word. Die VF+ dink daarop aan dat finansiële forensiese audits gedoen moet word in munisipaliteite met bedenklike finansiële omstandighede. The Freedom Front Plus also applaud the National Treasury employees that do perform their duties to the letter to the benefit of all South Africans. We can't, however, support this bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Detoy. Honorable Yunus Karim of the ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, I'm not sure either Mr. Maletsane or Mr. Detoy dealt specifically with the appropriations as it applies to Treasury. They're dealing more with the general appropriations issues, but nevertheless, it's easy to respond. Mr. Maletsane knows also well that the issues he's raising fall within the health portfolio, and the Solidarity Fund, of course, falls within the Trade and Industry, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition is now called, Chairperson. But nevertheless, let's deal with the facts. Of course, the ANC MPs have given substantially more to the Solidarity Fund, substantially more certainly than the EFF. And obviously, no matter who gave what and how much in Parliament and elsewhere, the fact is the Solidarity Fund has to be rigorously monitored and subject to scrutiny. And in fact, that's exactly what happened in the National Assembly 2 weeks ago, Mr. Maletsane. Secondly, Mr. Detoy talks about corruption, his famous topic. Of course, we all share his concerns, but he must also acknowledge that things have been happening in this area. I mean, every other day, the hawks are swooping on some other individual or organization, the SIU, not least, I think on Monday, was it that we had the SIU descend on the Lottery Commission. Also, on the matter of municipal issues, we all agree. In fact, the budget of National Treasury, interestingly, has taken money away from several programs in local government, but our advisors tell us, and we've looked at it carefully, that in fact, it looks on the surface as if these are major consequences, but if you look carefully at the budget votes and allocations, you'll see it doesn't substantially undermine the existing programs and those that are proposed. I thank you, Chairperson. We obviously support this vote.
Thank you very much, Honorable Karim. I have been informed that there is a call for a division. I just want the confirmation thereof. Honorable Ryder.
Yes, Chair, confirmed. We'd like to call for a division and the DA objects.
And the call for the division should be supported by 4 other members. Can we get an indication?
Honorable
Outcome supports.
Outcome Labsnachne.
Christians.
Christians. Who is the
Smith.
4th one? Can I get the 4th one?
Smith.
Anna.
Smith. Thank you very much. The division have been called, and we will now allow 30 seconds for delegates who are outside the virtual platform to join the session. Honorable Ryder, you can, I don't know, is your hand still up? 30 seconds have passed. We now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. And we will immediately request those that are voting in favor to use the raise your hand function and to raise your hands.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Mshodi in favor.
The table is taking note. Yes. Who else?
Honorable Mamarahan in favor.
Yes, who else?
Honorable Dube in favor.
Sonarim Kiva is in favor, Deputy Chair.
Thank you.
Honorable Munyamani in favor,
Sibidla.
Chair.
Who else?
Sibidla in
Honorable
favor.
Changase. Honorable Changase in favor.
Landsman in
Honorable
favor.
Luana.
Landsman, are you not on the system?
Honorable Luana.
I'm not sure the network is better.
Thank you. I hope the table have taken note of those that are voting verbally because of the. I didn't know how it happened, but the other day I was using my phone and I realized it's a reality that some of the gadget doesn't have ratio yet. So I hope the table have taken note of all that voted in favor, and they will then, if that is the case, they will lower their hands.
Hello. Hello.
Can we continue? Then, Honorable Professor, you are not speaking to me. Those that vote against should please raise their hands now.
Is he to have the
If the count is complete, the table will then lower the hands. So we will then go to those that are abstaining. Is there anyone that is abstaining? Honorable Professor, are you abstaining? Honorable Karim Professor? If the count is complete, the table will lower all hands and they will give us the results. That is now vote 8. We've received the results. In favor is 38. Against is 11 and abstain is 0. So the vote is agreed to. And we continue. And I now put vote 9, planning, monitoring and evaluation. And I have been informed that there will be declaration of votes from certain parties in terms of Rule 63. Can we get confirmation, EFF?
Yes,
EFF?
Deputy Chair. Yes, Deputy Chair.
Are you going to make a declaration?
Yes, Deputy Chair.
Yes, Honorable Makause, then you may proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Chairperson, we have in the past alluded to the uselessness of this department. Because this department,
Honorable Makause, you are using very
Deputy
strong
Chairperson,
words.
please don't disturb me.
You are using very strong words. I am the presiding officer and I'm telling you to speak about uselessness. It's a strong word. I'm just noting it and you can continue.
Chairperson, that word is allowed in this council. This department has failed dismally to carry out its mandate of supporting government programs. We have seen in the past the unrest throughout the country, yet we do have such a department which is supposed to do monitoring, which is supposed to assess service delivery throughout government department and actually advise government on what needs to happen. Has that happened, Deputy Chairperson? No. That is why we are saying this department is absolutely useless. We have called on government to actually shift the budget allocated to this department to another department, like we have said about the useless deputy ministers throughout the government departments. The EFF does not support this budget.
Honorable Makase, thank you. We are continuing. The ANC, in the person of Honorable Ntube, indicated that they will make a declaration of vote.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. The ANC rises in support of the vote of the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation is is crucial in ensuring that monitoring and evaluation framework are in place to enable government to measure its policy impact, quality of expenditure, and identify shortcomings. The reprioritization of this department vote will not negatively affect the overall responsibilities of the department and should continue to enhance the planning and performance of the policy impact thereof. The reprioritization takes place within the framework of medium-term strategic framework and are mainly generated from saving costs by risk-adjusted strategy to deal with COVID-19 pandemic. The vote is informed by the policy framework of the National Development Plan, which first pronounced the theoretical understanding of the building of the capabilities of the state back around 2011. Through this reprioritization, the vote will increase performance, inspection, and unannounced visits as part of improving the performance of public services in putting our people first. We understand well that adjustment will have some impact on the introduction of efficiency-enhancing initiatives such as e-cabinet and the full operationalization of new units such as project management office in the presidency. However, we remain adamant that adjustment is in the interest of overall ensuring safety of South Africans. The vote remains true to the commitment of strengthening governance, increasing accountability, strengthening the coordination of intergovernmental relations and planning, and enhance resolving challenges. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Nsube. There is no indication of a division in the case of this vote. We take note of the objections of the EFF and Freedom Front Plus, and the vote is agreed to. So we are going to continue to vote 10. Vote 10 is public enterprises. And I have been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63. The DA in the person of Honorable Nana, EFF, Honorable Arnolds, and ANC, Honorable Matibe. Is there any other party that would want to make a declaration of vote? If none, we will proceed and go to the DA. Honorable Nana, your name is indicated here.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Honorable members, the supposedly primary mandate of SOEs in a developing country is economic growth. This is a socialist model whose intention is to place the state at the center, be a player, a referee, and a linesman at the same time. Needless to mention, and I guess we now all know that this philosophy is not working and it will never work, as it has failed in countries all around the world and has left a trail of economic destruction and misery for the citizens. So we should not be surprised when our SOEs are running at a loss, continuously draining the fiscus, yes, Mr. Minister, with perpetual bailouts at huge cost to the taxpayer and investor confidence. Honorable members, let's call it for what it is. State interference has a foregone conclusion, which is failure in capital letters. As Albert Einstein once said, and I quote, "The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results," close quotes. Colleagues, this is not an ideology, but rather logical. When one approach has failed, you have to try a qualitatively different one. Otherwise, with the best will in the world, it is more of the same because structurally it is the same, with the same incentives, loopholes, and dead hand of an incapable state. Honorable members, in good conscience, the Democratic Alliance cannot support this adjustment budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nana. The EFF.
Thank you, Deputy
Honorable
Chairperson Deputy Chairperson. I'll be taking the declaration on behalf of Honorable Arnold. The Economic Freedom Fighters rejects this budget vote of the Department of Public Enterprise. Deputy Chairperson, what do we see if we hold up a mirror and reflect on the performance of this department? We see absolute corruption. We see absolute maladministration, political interference, incapable governance within this department. The Department of Public Enterprise's mandate is to drive investment, job creation, and to provide decisive strategic direction to state-owned companies, and we haven't witnessed that. Under the directionless of Minister Jamnandas Godan, all state-owned entities have failed due to political interference, corruption, and mismanagement. And with all the influence from Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa's handlers, they are now pushing for every state-owned to be privatized. Instead of ensuring that SOEs are well-run, effective, and efficient, Jamnanda's only mission is privatization. The ANC government has grounded and collapsed SAA. We are therefore, as the EFF say, we are not going to support mediocrity. Thank you.
Continuing, the ANC, Honorable Matibe, I hope your connectivity is you are now in.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope you can hear me now.
We can hear you.
Deputy Chair, thank you very much.
We can hear
African
you.
National
Just
Congress,
speak a little bit louder, but we can hear you.
The African National Congress supports the second adjustment appropriation bill for public enterprise vote 10. The adjustment of public enterprise Deputy Chair budget has not negatively impacted on the programs of the department to ensure that SOEs achieve governance, operational and financial stability. The creation of 3 operating divisions of ESCOM for generation, transmission and distribution has occurred, and the legal separation is still to occur. This will generate electricity into the grid, and the issue of municipal debt needs to be expeditiously resolved, and municipalities in good financial standing must be allowed to engage in distribution. Transnet, while not financially depending on government, can certainly improve its business model, Deputy Chair, to ensure development. Its investment program of 153 billion will certainly positively contribute to the economic recovery and the development plan. The opposition, of course, focused only on the allocation of SAA to implement its business rescue plan on the basis that government is moving away from its transformation goals. This is a blinkered vision, which is unable to view that this funding in the bill is being based on government's legal obligations as a shareholder. So calling it whatever names is something else, but it is government that has got a legal obligation as a shareholder to be able to deal with that. And government guarantees amounting to 10.5% of GDP, which is far too high. The financial stabilization of SOE must result in reduction of dependence by these entities on fiscals, as this will reduce upward pressure on fiscal debt. The work of state-owned entity enterprise council must begin in earnest to ensure that this overall improvement in the performance of SOEs. The entities must be restored to operational efficiency to ensure economic development and job creation. The ANC therefore supports the second appropriation bill and requests that the House approve vote 10 for public enterprise. I thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable
Okay.
Martin. Can we get confirmation for the call for division from the DA? Can we get
Chairperson, the DA objects and
the DA confirm that we have the support of 4 other members?
Ryder support.
Ocamp Smith. Ocamp Smith and who else? Ryder.
Christians?
And Christians, 4 members
Nana.
have supported. Yes, Nana, you will be number 5. 4 members have supported for the division.
The more the merrier. The more the
We will
merrier.
now allow 30 seconds for members to make sure that everyone is on the platform. 30 seconds. Is agreed to by 30 seconds have passed. We will now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that this vote be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor, can you please raise your hands? And those that don't have the function, can they indicate?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Yes, Mushodi.
Deputy Chairperson, Zolani Mkiva votes in
Honorable
favor.
Member Khalid, vote in favor.
Yes.
Honorable Luana. Honorable Chairperson Luana in favor.
Yes, I have Honorable Kumile Luana. Who else?
Chairperson, Honorable Changase in favor.
Changase, we do have. Who else?
Honorable Nkosi Chair.
Kosi Monyamane. Ntomikai say I don't hear the surname.
Chairperson,
Okay.
Honorable Dube Ngube, KZN, Honorable Dube Ngube.
Okay, confirmed. Those that have been voting manually is confirmed. I don't know if the count is completed. Can we see the lowering of the hands? Those that are outside the platform as indicated is 9. So just for the assistance of the table. So we are going to continue. Delegates who vote against should please raise their hands now and keep your hands raised until we lower the hands or the count is complete. That is now those that are voting against. If the count is completed, the table will lower their hands to prepare for the next vote, and that is for the delegates who is abstaining. We are just waiting for the table to lower their hands. May we continue, Advocate? Those that are abstaining can indicate now. If there is none, can we have the results? The results have been completed. Those that are in favor is 38, and those that are against is 0, and those that are abstaining is, those that are against is 12, and those that are abstaining is 0. I hope I didn't make a mistake. Sometimes you go too fast and then you may make a mistake. That means the vote is agreed to, and we will go to the next step, and that is that I want to put vote 11. Vote 11 is public service and administration. And we have been informed that parties would want to make a declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63. Parties indicated here is the DA, EFF, and ANC. Any other parties? If none, we will then go to Mr. Ryder or Honorable Ryder of the DA to make his declaration of vote.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I'm making the declaration on behalf of Tim Brotterseth. Deputy Chairperson, for more than a year, the Minister of Finance has promised the country that the state would not increase public sector wages. He went as far as to freeze wages, not only for this year, but also for the next 3 years. In an environment where salaries and debt account for approximately 80% of every rand spent in South Africa, one would assume that the responsible fiscal policy would at least put a brake on the public wage bill. Yet last week, the Honourable Mboweni offered to buy off ANC cadres in the unions by offering them a 27 billion rand wage increase. No doubt this has been done to ensure the patronage of the loyal cadres, many of whom cannot run a bath, let alone run a petty cash tin in a department. This step is, of course, reminiscent of the strategies of another nationalist government that, in the late 1980s, boosted government wages and slashed interest rates in a desperate attempt to avoid an electoral thrashing. We all know how that one ended. It would certainly seem that the ANC frequent the same economic blueprint shop as the old verkramptes, or perhaps they are on the same WhatsApp group. Either way, it will all end in tears and economic ruin. And while wages will increase, accountability will decrease as the Minister Mchunu ducks and dives all queries related to the lifestyle audits for the Cabinet, for DGs, and for senior management. Certainly a case of the ANC having their lavish cake and gulping it down greedily. This budget is in direct contradiction to President Ramaphosa's economic reform plan. It is tantamount to committing fiscal treason against 60 million South African citizens. The DA cannot in good conscience support this budget. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Honorable Ryder. Honorable Mokause from the EFF.
It's Honorable Zandamela.
Honorable Zandamela, EFF, you will then continue. Honorable Zandamela, are you experiencing challenges?
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay, Honorable Simon Zandamela, will you continue? It seems as if you are experiencing challenges, or are you on the platform? Mute yourself, Honorable Zandamela. You've muted yourself. So let's continue in the meantime, and then we will request from the ANC, Honorable Moema, Musimane Hape.
Ke go tlotlile motlatsamodulasetulo wa Ntjabo Setjhaba ya Dikgotla tsa Di-Province. Allow me on behalf of the African National Congress to rise in support of Vote 11 of the Department of Public Service and Administration. Honorable Deputy Chair, the adjusted vote will continue the ongoing work of enhancing existing norms and standards. Public service is upheld. The strengthening of monitoring mechanisms to improve the quality and compliance of the service delivery improvement plan is quite critical as it advances the ANC's primary objective through the funds that Parliament appropriates to the departments and their entities is to improve the quality of service delivery to the masses of our people at provincial and local government and national level. We also support this budget because it also caters for the Office of Standards and Compliance, which is critically charged with the responsibility to ensure that indeed a lifestyle audit is conducted as a display of our commitment to a free, corrupt South Africa. We have listened to Honorable Ryder in his lamentation about what they refer to as the wage bill. When examining the origin of his utterances, Honorable Deputy Chair, clearly it is deeply rooted in the 1979 emergence globally of an all-out attack on public service in favor of privatization. In ideological terms, we refer to this as a new liberalism, one of the most disruptive theories that has destabilized the public service more than assisting it. For the ANC, the public service must remain an employer of choice, and it is not up for sale to the highest bidder to fragment service increases their cost to a nation that cannot afford to pay for services and is the antithesis of a developmental state. The public service requires skills and cannot afford to lose them. As responding to the COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated, as the ANC, we support budget vote number 11. Thank you, Honorable Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Moima.
Deputy
Honorable
Chair.
Zandamela. Honorable Zandamela. Yes,
Not-
Moima.
No, thanks, Deputy Chairperson. The department is required to facilitate the support, improve service delivery, human resource management, accountability management, and anti-corruption and integrity. At the moment, on the above-mentioned responsibilities, Deputy Chairperson, the department is failing dismally. We therefore, as EFF, don't support the budget adjustment. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Zandamela. I just want confirmation on the issue of the division of that was called for. Can we get the confirmation from the Democratic Alliance?
Confirmed, Chair. Deputy Chair, we do call for a division and we object to the adjustment budget vote.
There is a division called. Can we have support for the division?
Outcome supports.
Please, Oakam.
There's support. There's support.
Let me just repeat it. Is Sabuskafni, Oakam and Fisher. Nana, are you the fourth one?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
I am, Deputy Chair.
Okay, I don't want to curse you, but I saw you open your video.
Okay.
The division have been called. So we will allow 30 seconds for everyone to be on the platform. Got a nice watch with the second, run the seconds. I hope everyone is on the platform because 30 seconds have lapsed. We now proceed to the voting on the question, and the question is that the vote be agreed to. And all those that are voting in favor can now use the raise your hand function to indicate that they are voting, and keep your hand raised until we ask the table to lower their hands.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Yes.
Honorable Changase. Honorable Changase voting in favor.
Honorable Dubengube votes in favor.
Honorable Nkosi.
Nkosi.
Sipila.
Sipila, yes. Where is the other two?
Honorable Luana, Chairperson.
Yes.
Deputy Chair.
Where is Mkiva? Oh, you made it. Your Royal
Mkiva.
Highness, I don't hear you.
Zolani Mkiva voting in favor, Chair.
OP.
Ilaphi Parliament, Mhlekazi.
We are voting on vote 11, and if the table have completed the counting, they can learn so that we can continue. Thank you very much. Now we are going to those that voting against. Can they please use the raise your hand function to raise their hands?
Chair, I vote against.
Who are you?
Can you
Who are you? Okay. Okay. Noted, Honorable Mutsamai. Thank you. If the voting is completed, then we can see the lowering of hands so that we can go to the next. That is now delegates who want to abstain. If there is no abstentions, may we get the count, Advocate Pindela?
Honorable Chair, please add my vote against.
Okay,
Honorable Smith.
I'm sure it's added because I'm having the results, and the results is as follows: in favor is 39, against is 13, and abstentions is 0. So the vote has been agreed to. We will now continue, and I put vote 12. Vote 12 is Public Service Commission, and I have been informed that there are parties that want to make declarations of vote. Can we get confirmation? EFF, are you going to make a declaration of vote?
Yes, Deputy Chair.
EFF?
Yes.
EFF is going to make a declaration of vote, and ANC. So over to you, Honorable Zandamela, for the declaration. We've got 3 minutes.
Thanks, Deputy Chairperson. Again, Deputy Chairperson, the department is expected to promote the constitutionality, prescribed values and principles governing public administration in the public service. And the public service continues to be part of corrupt activities. And then the EFF, therefore, don't support this budget adjustment. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Zandamela. Honorable Landsman of the ANC. Honorable Landsman. If he indicated earlier that there is a
network is a little bit bad, Chair. Can I use without the camera, please, Chair?
Yes, you can close the video as long as you are audible.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Continue, Honorable Landsman.
Yes, Chair. 1 minute. The network was. The African National Congress. The African National Congress rise in support of the vote 12, the Public Service Commission. The adjustment vote will continue to enhance the work of the Public Service Commission in setting the values and the principles of governing public service commission that faces in delivery on its mandates. The challenges speak to the very issues that yes, much of its informed research led by scientific changes in the functioning of public service. As the ANC, we urge Public Service Commission to continue investigate cases of alleged corruption within the public service and restore the integrity of the public service. Key challenges remain in ensuring transparency, public procurement, better detection and prevention of corruption, as well as practices that arise from management of human resource and inability to do delivery in public service. The ANC and its government in solutions orientated, unlike the opposition who can never find any achievement to speak in negative narrative, yet they are beneficiaries of the public service who seek to criticize only. We note that the Public Service Commission has attained 100% performance in its anti-corruption program, carrying out its public administration and investigations promoting of high standards and professional ethic conduct. Thank you. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Landsman.
Where are those things happening, Landsman?
We take note of the objections of DAEFF and Freedom Front Plus, and the vote is agreed to. We are now continuing, and I put vote 13. Public Works and Infrastructure, I have been informed that parties will be making votes, a declaration of votes in terms of Rule 63, DA, EFF, and ANC. And we will now request the DA to continue with the declaration of vote, Honorable Ryder.
Allegedly honourable. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson, again on behalf of Tim Broteseth. Deputy Chair, infrastructure development is the backbone of a sustainable growth for South Africa. It is the bedrock for creating an environment that is attractive to investors. At the heart of this endeavour is the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. In this environment, with particular reference to the economic carnage that's been caused by the glorious Marxist-style COVID lockdown strategy, replete with the corruption empowerment policies of the ANC, one would assume that this budget would allocate more funds to this vital infrastructure projects, not less. Sadly, one would be mistaken and naive to expect this government to do anything sensible. The budget is taking 234 million rands from Public Works and Infrastructure to fund SAA, and another 44 million for the National School of Government. The bulk of the diverted funding comes from the non-state sector NPO EPWP program, which has still not been implemented, and as a result, 55,000 people have not worked for 9 months of this year. No doubt they will be more than thrilled the money that they should have earned is being used to bail out SAA. A 40 million rand washing line at Beitbridge, an ANC vanity project, a private school for public servants, costly prestige projects to feather the nests of the government elite. This will be the legacy of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure for 2020. Deputy Chair, this budget is in direct contradiction to President Ramaphosa's economic reform plan, and the DA cannot support it. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. Honorable Majibula. EFF.
It's Honorable Mutsama.
Honorable Mutsamai, you may continue. Honorable Mutsamai.
The EFF reject the budget vote of the Public Works because it's not helping anyone on this issue. Whether the EFF reject the budget vote.
Is it your declaration? We will then go to Honorable Moima.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. The ANC rise in support of the second adjustment appropriation bill, vote 13, the Public Works and Infrastructure Department, which indeed has a critical role to play in the developmental program of a developmental state, in particular infrastructure and job creation, as envisaged by the Economic Reconstruction and Development Plan. Indeed, this economic plan was developed to ensure development and economic growth, particularly within the context of what we are going through. But of course, we note the improvement in terms of the gross domestic product. Indeed, infrastructure projects which have high job creation, they will have been transferred to the Department of Public Works. And this project will require detailed planning and meticulous execution to ensure maximum value from the spend in the context of budget constraints. The center also is our program of the expanded public works program, which speaks to the job creation, particularly within our marginalized community, the working class, and the poor. Therefore, the budget program in terms of the EPWP speaks to that. The department will need to ensure its efficiency, particularly with regard to its improvement around its ability and capacity to spend. The ANC also appreciate the achievement of a clean audit, as it is part and parcel of our overall program to ensure that there is clean governance. While the ANC support vote 13, of course, there are a number of areas that we need to note around the shift of 44.3 million to National School of Government, which is an integral part of the ANC-led government's contribution to professionalization of the state. But also, we also need to appreciate the good work that is being done. However, appreciating also the need to build the department's capacity to be able to spend, particularly with regard to 181 million that has been indicated. We note, of course, Honorable Deputy Chair, the Sir Driver from the opposition second. We know that Honorable Minister Delil showed them flames, and she continues to do that. As the ANC, we rise in support of the second adjustment appropriation bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mona. I have been informed that the dean wishes to call for a division. Can I first get a confirmation and then the support for the division?
DA objects and calls for division, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. 4 members to support.
Smith Oukamp supports.
Honorable
Oukamp, Smith, Labuschagne. Fourth one.
Nana.
Thank you, Honorable Nana. The division support. We will now allow 30 seconds for all of those outside the platform to join the session. Thank you. For 30 seconds have lapsed. We will now proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. We will now request all delegates who vote in favor to use the raise your hand function and keep your hands raised until we lower them.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Honorable Mushodi.
Honorable Dube Ngube, vote in favor.
Mama Rehane Dube Ngube.
Honorable
Changase in favor.
Yes, I heard 2 people.
Honorable
Munyamani in favor.
Honorable Nkosi in favor.
Nkosi. We have you, Honorable Nkosi. Thank you.
Zolani Mkiva is voting in favor, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Is who else?
And Dodovu, Honorable Chair.
You have a problem, Honorable Dodovu. There is another person that usually there is another person that usually also votes manually. Is he not on the platform now? If not, if the count is completed, we can then lower the hands. And I hope the table have got the. Usually it's 9 again without one that is usually also indicating. Honorable Dodovo is now there. So if you have it, you have it. Then we are continuing and we will now request that all those that vote again should use the raise your hand function and keep your hands raised until it's lower. We have completed the count. If everyone voted, that is voting against. If the count is complete, the table will lower the hands so that we continue with those that are abstaining. Luana, are you voting against? Luana, are you voting against? I didn't think so. Thank you. We will now go to the delegates who choose to abstain. Raise your hands, if any. It doesn't seem to. If the count is complete, the table will lower the hands and we will get the results. The count is completed. We will now give the results. It's vote 13, public service and infrastructure, public works and infrastructure, and in favor is 39, against is 10, and abstention is 0. So that is the vote, which means that this vote is agreed to. And I will now put vote 14, Stats SA. I have been informed that parties would want to make declaration of vote. That is the EFF, Honorable Mokause.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Council. The EFF rejects the imposed budget to Statistics South Africa. For the longest time, even during the time of the previous Statistician General, Dr. Palili Hotla, we were consistent as the EFF to have an additional and much needed funding to Statistics South Africa. The quality of personnel required as Statistics South Africa will not come cheap. Year in, year out, stats come to Parliament to tell us that they have to cancel studies due to lack of funding. The failure to fund Statistics South Africa is a deliberate sabotage by the sitting government. Statistics should form part of the basis of government and policy making as one of the most important ingredients. We ought to know how many people live where, what people are buying, where people are accessing medical assistance, who is employed and who is unemployed. Yet, government finds it fit in this day and era to cut budget of Statistics South Africa. Yet, hence we are saying it is an imposed budget towards Statistics South Africa and a deliberate act of sabotage. Therefore, the EFF will not support this budget vote, Statistics South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mokause. Honorable Gillian of the ANC.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the ANC rise in support of the vote on Statistics South Africa. We do so very conscious of the fact that budgetary adjustment on Stats SA have had an impact on the institution's ability to carry out specific research. Here, the equality that is needed to inform the ANC government on what needs to be adjusted in terms of both the regulatory environment and financial support. The statistical analysis carried out by the institution continues to play a critical role in informing both the public and private sector on decision making. We applaud Stats SA for having achieved their performance targets under such budget constraints. Noting the reduction allocation of 120.6 million in the entity, we need to say this: levels of cuts are not sustainable, and as we already noticed, is having an impact on the optimal performance of the entity. The work of Stats SA enhances decision-making of those who are deciding to invest or increase their investments in the country, and therefore prolonged reductions works against the policy initiative. There is no doubt, Deputy Chairperson, that this is an area of specialized skills, and we need to retain such skills within the public service. The entity is core to developing the capacity to deliver well-targeted public services and to address the high levels of poverty and inequality. The ANC takes seriously the work conducted by this entity under this budget constraints. We note the high vacancy rate in the entity and urge that the environment that creates the prospects of filling vacant posts, and particularly those in provincial government, is seriously considered. The ANC support this budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Gillian. We note the objection of the DA, but the vote is agreed to. And we continue. We put vote 15 of Traditional Affairs. We have been informed that parties would want to make declaration of vote in terms of NC3, and we will now confirm that there's DA, EFF, and ANC that want to make declarations of vote. Honorable Karim Fisser.
Honorable Chair,
Yes, Honorable Babskakne.
the DA is not going to make a declaration on this vote.
Traditional Affairs.
No.
Fine. EFF, Honorable Zandamela. Honorable Zandamela. EFF, is there any declaration that you want to make?
Deputy Chairperson, the EFF will not be making any declaration on this vote.
Thank you. ANC, Honorable Kiva. Terence Kiva.
Chairperson,
Yes. Do you want to make a declaration?
Chairperson, the ANC is fully in favor of this budget vote. As the Honorable Gillian has carefully articulated efficiently our view on why we support this vote, I wouldn't be making any further inputs other than just to second what she has said. Thank you, Chair.
There being no indication of a division, the objections of DA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus are noted and the vote is agreed to. We will now continue, and I put vote 16, basic education. The following parties indicated that they would like to make declaration of votes in terms of 463, Democratic Alliance, EFF, Freedom Front Plus, and ANC. We will give to the Democratic Alliance, Honorable Christians.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, we will not be making a declaration on this budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable Lehehe.
Deputy Chairperson, I'll be taking the declaration on behalf of Lehehe.
I hope you are drinking water. I hope you are drinking water where you are. I feel for you.
The EFF, and it's still against the Department of the Basic Education to send the kids back to school in the middle of a pandemic. Teachers were vulnerable, found without proper PPEs. Schools were promised PPEs for the learners and teachers, but it's since emerged that many schools were reopened without PPEs, whilst others received inadequate PPEs that are not in line with the required standard of safety. Deputy Chairperson, where you delivered PPEs in Kutlotari in Sebokeng, Bukelo in Everton, Kwelang Primary School, and many other schools throughout the country, there was no training for teachers on how to handle cases of COVID-19. The ruling party has spent last 20 years looting monies meant for building decent classrooms. We are seeing it throughout the country, particularly in the Eastern Cape, where kids are still learning under the trees, and in Limpopo, where kids are still using pit toilets, where kids are still falling and dying into pit toilets. Therefore, the EFF cannot support such budget where it is imposed and where we feel it is just mediocrity. Our kids are still in danger of this pandemic without proper PPEs at the level of the school. Our kids still do not have classrooms our kids still do not have proper sanitation at the level of the school. Therefore, we reject this budget form. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makausi. Honorable Dutoy, Freedom Front Plus.
Agbare voorsitter, ons huidige onderwysstelsel en die stand van skole laat veel te wense oor. Vandalisme, 'n kultuur van afbreek en verwoes, die afwesigheid van die vermoë by sommige om onsself beskaafd uit te druk, sonder om leerders, kinders aan trauma en ontwrigting bloot te stel wanneer daar na anarchistiese optrede oorgegaan word, laat 'n ruimte in die opvoeding van vele. Voorsitter, soos u wel weet, sukkel skole tans buite die onnodige druk wat weens die inperking op die onderwysstelsel geplaas is om kop bo water te hou. The proposed shift of a total of 28.6 million rand from the school infrastructure backlogs grant, procurement for teaching toolkits and computers, audit costs and the maintenance of the Funza Lushuka information management system doesn't solve the problem. During the presentations we received, it was clear that there are huge infrastructure shortages, like the number of schools provided with water through Accelerated School Infrastructure Delivery Initiative. Per year, 3 out of a target of 125, and that target was then reduced to 100. The same with the number of schools provided with sanitation facilities through the Accelerated School Infrastructure Delivery Initiative per year. 4 out of a target of 691, and then that target was reduced to 600. Voorsitter, 'n gesonde selfbeeld is een van die mees kosbare eienskappe wat iemand kan hê. 'n Kind kry dit deels deur goeie basiese onderwys, 'n stabiele omgewing wat onderrig en dissipline stimuleer en bevorder, en die huidige befondsing van die basiese onderwys as ook die wyse van die oorhoofse bestuur is tans 'n bron tot kommer. Daar is 'n tekort aan onderwysers, permanente onderwysers. Daar is 'n reuse tekort aan klaskamers by vele skole. Die VF+ dring aan op kwaliteit moedertaalonderrig vir almal in 'n skoolomgewing wat vry is van optog, betogings, intimidasie en negatiewe invloede. John Dewey said, "Education is not preparation for life. Education is life itself." Close quote. Let us prepare our children for life, Chair, by allowing them to live life to the fullest while they can, as they should. Thank you, Chair.
Baie dankie, Agbare Dutoy. Honorable Ndongeni of the ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Oh, sorry.
You are clear, audible, and visible.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. The Department of Basic Education has been one of the most responsive departments under the pandemic, recognizing the number of learners and the staff under the POV. The implementation of the risk-adjusted strategy in reopening schools has enabled learners to continue learning while the grade 12 complete their studies this year. Despite the risk of the pandemic, our schools have been placed on safety for learners with minimal fatalities. The second adjustment budget includes a proposed environment totaling 28.6 million to be shifted from the school infrastructure backlog grant for the procurement of teaching toolkits and computers. The adjustment includes a rollover of 474 million for schools infrastructure backlog to provide safety sanitation facility at all public schools. The pandemic has displayed the level of inequality in our schools. The fact that other schools have access to water and sanitation, while schools in most rural and underdevelopment areas lack such basic services, should remain a priority to the department. The rollover to enable the continuation of the school infrastructure projects to improve the quality of teaching and learning should be welcomed and commended. The opposition calls for failures in basic education do not take into consideration the tremendous progress which has been made since the dawn of the democracy. We today have a national school nutrition program, transport support, and have narrowed the inequality among schools that were designed for white and that of black people. Many of our schools having access to basic services such as water, sanitation, and electricity. Quality education is no more a preserve of the privilege, but for all South Africans. The African National Congress supports the budget adjustment vote of the basic education, and it is preserved much needed allocation to address infrastructure backlog. The creation of a prosperous society will be realized when all our people earn an education which enables them to contribute to the political, social, economical life of our society. I thank you, Deputy Chair. The ANC support the budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndongeni. There is a call for a division by the GA. Can we get confirmation?
The GA calls for a division and object.
So can we also see the support for the call for division?
Christian.
Outcome support.
Outcome Smith. Yes, I do have Christian Outcome Smith.
Sir. Professor.
Honorable Karim Fassa. Thank you. The division. Okay. Honorable Nana, you will be the first one. The division having been called, I will now allow a 30 seconds window for those who are outside the virtual platform to join the session. Seconds have lapsed. We will now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor should please raise their hands and keep your hands raised until we indicate that it has been, the counting has been completed. Those that are voting manually can indicate. Ushodi.
Thank you.
Honorable Mama Rahane in favor.
Mama Rahane.
Honorable
in favor.
Changase in favor.
Changase and who
Honorable
else?
Modise.
Okay.
Honorable Modise.
Teboho
Chair,
also.
Zolani Mkiva here, voting in favor.
Honorable Dubengube in favor.
Yes.
Honorable Nkosi.
Honorable Motwana in favor.
Okay.
Honorable Nkosi.
We have you, Ethel, thank you.
Sibila.
Yes, we have you. We have you.
Thank you.
Yes. We will just get an indication from the table when they have completed the counting.
Deputy Chair, I managed to get in the raise hand. Remove me
Okay.
from other people.
So, yeah, it's fine. Without your vote, it's there. If the counting is complete, the hands will be lowered so that we can continue with those that are voting against. So, the delegates who want to vote against, please raise your hands now and keep your hands raised until the counting is complete.
Okay. Yeah.
If the counting is complete, can we see the hands lowered? Now, those that are abstaining from voting can indicate now. Please use the raise your hands function. Honorable Dodobo, I'm sure you are. Honorable Mutsamai, are you abstaining?
No, I'm not voting. I'm not
So you
voting
are
against.
I'm not voting. I'm against. I'm not against.
Okay. No, okay.
It's Mutsamai, Chair, who's
So lower
always
your hand.
voting against.
We have passed that one. We have passed that one, Honorable Mutsamai. We have passed that one. We are now advancing with abstentions. So the count is completed. The table will lower all hands. And the voting is now closed. We will wait for the results.
Chair, may I check Enoch Mtetwa if it's appearing? Because it's not indicating yet.
I will ask the table.
Please, Chair.
Okay. We are just waiting for the results, and we will also ask the table to make sure that Honorable Mtetwa is appearing. We are waiting on the results. So the result is available. In favor is 37. Against is 9 and abstentions is 0. Before we go on lunch, I think we can continue with vote 17, higher education and training. And I now put it. And those that are indicating that they want to make declarations of vote is EFF and ANC. Are you going EFF?
We won't be making any declaration, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. EFF, ANC, Honorable Mchabaleng.
The sake of time, Chairperson, we won't make a declaration also. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Honorable Mchabaleng. We have been informed that the DA wishes to call for a division. Can we get a confirmation?
Honorable Chairperson, the DA objects and divides, yes.
There is a call for a division. Can we have the support for the division, Honorable Nana?
Christians?
Nana Christian Smith, who is the fourth one? Yes, Okamp, you are very consistent. I think I must just write down your name and not even ask you again. The division has been called. I will now allow 30 seconds for those that are outside the platform to join the session. Seconds have elapsed. We now proceed to the voting on the question, and the question is that the vote be agreed to. So those delegates that are voting in favor, please use your raise your hand function and keep your hands raised until we indicate that you can lower it, or the table will lower it for you. Voting in favor.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Mshodi, vote in favor.
Mshodi.
Luana, Deputy Chair.
Honorable Mama Rehani, vote in favor.
Mama Rehani.
Zolani
Mkiba
Mkiba
in favor.
There is another voice that I didn't hear.
Sipila in favor.
Because he voted in favor.
Honorable Munyamani in favor.
Munyamani.
Honorable Dubengube in favor.
Undivile sekela sihlalo umkhiva naye uyayixhasa le ndaba. Uyayivotela.
Then who is Manuel also? If that is everyone, I hope the table have taken note. As soon as you have concluded, you will lower the hands so that we can continue with those that are voting against. All delegates that are voting against can now use the raise your hand function and vote as such. Honorable Dodovo Bartlett, are you voting against?
The Dovo is consistent with that. I think we should give him an honorary membership here.
No, Chair, I don't vote against.
No, can
You don't see yourself But
Can you lower your hand, Honorable Dodogo? You must know you are on the system. Thank you.
It's New Year's resolution, Chair.
How things change, eh?
Again, come again. Who's speaking?
I was just saying how things change, Honorable Chairperson.
Oh, ABC. And let me not say how you sounded. Let me leave you. The joke is on me. So, if the counting is complete, the hands can be lowered and we can see who is abstaining. Is there anyone that is abstaining from the vote? If none, we will now request the table to give us the result. Let us just check. In favor is 38, against is 11, and 0 abstentions. So the vote is agreed to. Honorable members, it's 1 minute before 1. We are going to give you 30 minutes just for a comfort break. If you want to eat something, anything, you will be coming back at 13:30, and Honorable Nyambi will then be taking over the presiding over the House. Members, feel free to go and relax.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
You're welcome, Chief.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Members are requested to
You ready to start, Ambassador?
Yes, I'm ready to start, Chief Whip. You look like the Honorable Dango. I can't hear you now, Honorable Kenny. I say you look like the Honorable Dango. Yes, Honorable Kenny. I've got my Sheikh uniform on. I'm always on the red uniform because I'm working with the ground forces.
Afternoon.
We all work on the ground forces. It's not exclusive.
Yeah. Afternoon, Honorable Dango.
Afternoon, Honorable Chair.
Afternoon,
Baba.
Afternoon, Mama.
Come on, House Chair.
Let us start without. I hope everybody is back now.
Afternoon, Honorable Nyambi.
House Chair,
Afternoon, Mama.
I'm advised that
How are you? How are you, Baba?
Oh, so, Mama. I hope everybody has had lunch.
Yes, we back, House Chair. We back.
We are back. You can start.
I now put vote 18, that is health. I've been informed that DA, EFF, Freedom Front Plus, and ANC would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63. And the DA will also call for the division. Let's get to the declaration of vote. Honorable Bacha for the DA.
Honorable House Chairperson.
Yes.
This is Honorable Christian speaking. I will be doing the declaration.
You can do it, Honorable Christian.
Thank you very much. Honorable House Chairperson, the country is experiencing a resurgence in COVID-19, and South Africans need to be more vigilant than during the initial outbreak. We all need to remain mindful that the spreading or curbing of the virus depends on our actions. Many people have lost their lives, and we would like to express our condolences to their family and friends. To those battling the effects of the virus, we wish you a speedy and complete recovery. We want to emphasize vigilance, but at the same time, we emphasize that we cannot have the entire country under lockdown again. We remain in support of the economy being open for citizens to work and provide for their families. We have lost too many livelihoods, and this in turn has increased the burden on government to provide for its citizens. We also note the corrupt individuals and politicians who saw this as an opportunity to accumulate money for themselves. We want to call upon the government to come to a speedy conclusion with regards to the many outstanding cases. Furthermore, the reduction of 376 million rand to this budget is extremely concerning, and considering the impact COVID-19 has had on the finances of health facilities across the country, this is even more concerning. Chairperson, additionally, there has been an indication of a report that South Africa has missed the payment deadline for participation in the COVID-19 initiative. And that could have given the country access to a COVID-19 vaccine. This is extremely troublesome. This could have been the solution to preventing many more deaths and given the economy a chance to recover swiftly. More importantly, what is notably absent from the South African government's plan is a vaccine rollout strategy, without which we cannot and will not defeat this pandemic. The Democratic Alliance does not support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christian. EFF.
Thank you, House Chairperson. We would like to place it on record that we do not support this budget vote. House Chairperson, it is not clear how much the department has spent on the Cuban doctors who were flown into the country to assist with flattening the COVID-19 curve, nor it is clear how long they are contracted to be in this country. How much will this cost in total, and if there are presence here, if their presence here has yielded positive results, the country has not been taken into confidence relating to that. Chairperson, to date, there is no clear indication of the number of deaths of healthcare workers due to COVID-19. What we are hearing is a roundup number from the Minister of Health, who was for some time also away due to this infection. Despite the allocation of funds towards health department, there has been little to no substantive change to the state of public health care in this country. We had made a call as the EFF that clinics should be open 24 hours. Rural areas still do not have clinics which are open. If there is a clinic, it's a white elephant without water, without proper infrastructure, without healthcare professionals. Therefore, the EFF rejects this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kause. Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Anyone who would have looked through this budget would have asked, what? Huh? And rightly so. How is it possible that 376 million rand is reallocated from this department? How is it possible that 118 million rand will not be available for communicable diseases in a time where the fight against COVID-19 and AIDS should be intensified? How is it possible that medical facilities will now have 52 million rand less? Well, the ANC's answer is, we need to save SAA. No, Chair. We need to save South Africans who are dying and being infected. We will gain from the SAA a few who will be affected, millions of South Africans who need medical care. In the meantime, anyone in this House who have spoken against COVID-19 regulations were branded as denialists. Chair, the ANC now have shown that they are the true denialists. Their virtue signaling with masks and constant reminder of the so-called new normal is made null and void with this budget, as it has always been. If government was truly committed to the well-being of the people, they would not even have suggested taking away from health, especially so they can salvage what is left of the step-uncle in prison, the SAA. En nou word ons van nog 'n ANC geldmaakskema, die plan om 'n staatsbeheerde farmaseutiese maatskappy te stig. Nog 'n staatsentiteit wat nog 'n las op belastingbetalers gaan wees. Weereens moet mens vra, what? Voorsitter? Chair, I'm also wondering why the department's BRRR is not even been tabled in the National Assembly. So this is a disgrace, and the EFF Plus cannot support this budget.
Thank you, Honorable Klute. Honorable Gideon, ANC.
Honorable House Chairperson, the ANC rise in support of the second adjustment appropriation bill and budget vote 18. House Chairperson, healthcare workers have played a crucial and pivotal role during this global pandemic. The outbreak of the coronavirus in our country has proven beyond reasonable doubt that our healthcare system, especially in the rural area and townships, needs the services of these healthcare workers, as they were at the forefront of mass screening and testing, treating, and many other programs that took place since the outbreak of COVID-19 in the country. The ANC thus welcomes a provisional allocation of 19.6 billion rand set aside in the special adjustment budget, mainly for job creation and protection. For the health sector, an additional allocation of funds will be directed towards Program 3 and 6. Under Program 3, an additional 213.371 million rand for the appointment and training of community health workers and team leaders for outreach. Under Program 6, an additional 180.2 million rand has been allocated for the appointment of enrolled assistants and auxiliary nurses. We note with concern that large reduction in the provincial equitable share, which is the main funding instrument for health, will require significant restructuring of provincial health services. We hope that this will not result in a contraction in the availability and quality of key services in the sector. The United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund commented that there were a number of really encouraging developments for children in the NTPPS, including the continued investment in community health workers as one of the most efficient and equitable ways to expand access to primary health care. We wish to call on the department to continue waging a relentless war against this pandemic, and we remain confident that the allocated funds in this budget will go a long way towards servicing the needs of the country in an effort to save lives and promoting the health of all people in South Africa through an accessible, caring, and high-quality health system based on the primary healthcare approach. Honorable House Chair, the ANC support the second adjustment appropriation bill. I thank you.
Thank you. I've been informed that the DA wishes to call for a division. Is still the case, Honorable DA members?
Honorable Chair, the DA objects and calls for a division.
Thank you. Let's check whether it's supported by 4 delegates.
Welcome supports.
1.
Christians.
2.
Smith.
3.
Ryder.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder.
We can give you one more, Chair. We can give you one more, Nana.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Nana. I will allow for the few seconds to allow those that are outside the virtual platform to join the 30 seconds. It has been the norm since the morning. Honorable members, nothing has changed since the morning. We now proceed to the voting on the question, and the question is that the vote be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor should please raise their hands. Please keep your hands raised. If you can't, then you'll indicate. Those that are voting in favor, raise your hands.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Mushodu, vote in favor.
Honorable Mushodu.
Honorable Mama Rahane, vote in favor.
Mama Rohan.
Honorable favor. Favor.
Who's the third one?
Honorable Mugamani.
Thank you.
Honorable Luana.
Thank you, Honorable Luana. Thank you, Honorable Zubida.
Honorable Nkosi.
Honorable Changase.
Yes.
Thank you.
Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi. The count is completed. The table will lower all the hands to prepare for the next vote. Delegates who vote against should please raise their hands. Please keep your hands raised. To have those that are voting against that can't use the gadget so that we can get them and do manually. It seems as if to those that are voting against technology, it's not failing them. The count is complete. The table will lower all the hands to prepare for the next vote. Delegates who abstain should please raise their hands. The count is completed. Those in favor, Thank you. The results are as follows. In favor, 36, against 11, abstain 0. So the vote is agreed to. Chairperson, honorable members, we now put vote 19, social development. I put down vote 19. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote. Is DA, EFF, and ANC. For DA, it's Honorable Christian. Honorable Christian.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable House Chairperson, the Department of Social Development has there's just a noise in the background, Honorable House Chairperson.
Again, Honorable Dodovo.
Honorable Dodovo, please.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. The Department of Social Development has failed the people of South Africa long before COVID-19 and the lockdown. This pandemic merely highlighted the plight of vulnerable South Africans and the department's inability to adequately assist the poor and destitute. SASSA and NDA did not receive clean audits, with both entities showing material non-compliance with legislation, and the NDA showing further material findings on performance information, with supply chain management being the biggest concern. There are still just under 9,000 qualified, yet unemployed social workers in the country. Social workers who could have meant all the difference in communities during the lockdown period. Instead, only 200 of these social workers were employed on a contract basis over the last 4 months. When will the department employ sufficient social workers to assist our communities that continue to regress in terms of gender-based violence, mental health, and substance abuse issues, as well as foster care placement and a host of other societal problems? Furthermore, House Chairperson, there are still destitute people waiting on the 350 social relief grant. Many of them whom have to date not received any indication as to why they did not receive the relief assistance, even though they qualified for it. It has also come to light during a written question posed to the department that there are no dedicated staff members assigned to the special COVID-19 social relief of distress appeals process, even though this is a R1 billion project. There has been an increase in the number of vulnerable people, especially the unemployed and aged, and South Africans continue to battle poverty and gender-based violence with little or no assistance from the department. In the National Assembly last week, the minister admitted that DSD's budget is not sufficient to make a meaningful impact on the lives of the vulnerable and lift them out of poverty. What did the Minister of Social Development do to urge and convince her cabinet colleagues that bailing out the SAA was an immoral decision when South Africans are suffering in poverty, and that the 10.5 billion could have been better spent within DSD? The Democratic Alliance does not support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christian. EFF, Honorable Kause.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, we have lost all hope in the ability of this department to lead the kind of change needed at this moment in the history of this country. In the midst of this pandemic, they have failed to rise to the occasion and lead the nation. They have chosen instead to loot, stealing even the most basic interventions such as food parcels. And we have never seen any arrests whatsoever from the side of the ruling party or any other punishment. This is how you have normalized corruption as the ruling party. Despite the EFF's call that no politicians should be involved in the distribution of food parcels. Food parcels were given to corrupt politicians throughout the country. We have seen mayors in the forefront of distribution of food parcels. Here in my own hometown, Kuruman, John Taolo Khaitse, we have seen that. But we have never seen any other punishment throughout. Thousands of South Africans continue to go to bed hungry. Yet this department continues to be allocated monies. Chairperson, in the Free State, centers used to house and cater for homeless people are not operating at a full capacity. The homeless have been left vulnerable with no shelter, food, and access to healthcare services. Chairperson, this is not only in the Free State, it is happening throughout South Africa. Therefore, the EFF cannot support this budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mukause. ANC, Honorable Malika.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC rises in support of the adjustment to this vote. We do so because of the impact this adjustment have on supporting and providing relief to the poor and the most vulnerable. The unforeseeable and unavoidable expenditure in the vote is allocated to fund the extension of the special COVID-19 social relief of distress grant for 3 months until the end of next month. It is allocated for food relief as part of the social relief of distress grant. An allocation has been made to the Early Childhood Development Program to support ECDs as a result of the disruption of ECD services during the COVID-19 lockdown. This allocation also provided unemployment support to ECD related workers to a period of 6 months. Top-up payment to employed ECD workers for compliance support duties, and to also sustain temporary social workers and ECD centers registration officers. Honorable House Chair, whilst the opposition, that is the DA and the EFF, have complained without providing solution about the manner in which the 350 SRD grant has been administered, we have received a firm commitment from the department and SASSA that the challenges that have confronted the system are being systematical and addressed. We are aware of these challenges and we are keeping a firm eye on the commitment made. Unlike the opposition parties, ours is to be solutions-based and working with communities through our constituencies to address challenges raised on the administration of the grant. The adjustments in this vote are important because they contribute extremely supporting the unemployment, food relief to fight hunger and support the substance of ECDs. It is aligned to government's commitment that within the next decade, no person in South Africa will go hungry, which is fundamental to our effort to eradicate poverty and reduce inequality. Furthermore, this vote is important to ensuring that young people are employed in social economy jobs, such as the ECD sectors. House Chair, the ANC supports vote 19. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Malika. Let's deal with the call for the division of the DA. Who's calling for the division?
Honorable Nyambi, the DI objects and calls for a division.
Thank you, Honorable Skachen. Let's get for the support.
Rider supports.
That's
Outcome
one,
supports.
two,
supports.
three.
Outcome supports.
Thank you. We will allow the few seconds before we can proceed to voting. Honorable members, we now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor should please raise their hands. Please keep your hand raised. Those in favor?
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor. Thank you.
Honorable Mushodi.
Honorable Mama Regani.
Mama Rohane,
Honorable Munyamani, Chair.
Munyamane,
Luana, Chair.
Honorable Nkosi, vote in favor, Chair.
Kosi and Mulwana,
Changase.
Angaswe,
Sipila.
Sibidla.
Yes, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Sibidla. The count is completed. The table will lower.
Honorable Malika, because I don't know what's wrong with my razor.
Honorable Malika, technology is failing you. Thank you. The table will lower all hands to prepare for the next vote. Delegates who vote against should please now raise their hands. Please keep your hands raised. Those that are voting against, the count is completed. The table will lower all hands to prepare for the next vote. Delegates who abstain should please raise their hands. Thank you. The results are as follows. In favor, 36. Against, 10. No abstention. The vote is agreed to. I now put vote 20, women, youth, and person with disabilities. I've been informed that EFF and ANC will make declaration of votes in terms of Rule 63. EFF, Honorable Mokause.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chair, the ANC-led government continues to loot and mismanage COVID-19 relief funds, which were meant to take care of poor and vulnerable. At the center of those most affected by this corruption are women, youth, and persons with disability. With the distribution of additional grant funding, no consideration was given to assist persons with disability to apply for an access of such funds. This government continuously fails to take care of the able-bodied citizens and what more about people who are unable. There's an absolute need, House Chairperson, to separate budget dedicated to assisting people living with disabilities, putting them at the center of support and interventions instead of leaving them in the margins as an afterthought. Chairperson, this government do not care about young people, persons with disability, who find themselves at the receiving end of unemployment and socio-economic factors affecting this country. Therefore, the EFF will not support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mokause. Honorable Mamarukhane for ANC.
African National Congress rises in support of vote 20, women, youth, and persons with disabilities. This vote of funds directly speaks to the response of ANC government to the COVID-19 pandemic. We have witnessed how the pandemic has exacerbated socioeconomic challenge of our people, and women have been mainly affected. The ANC government has demonstrated and been globally recognized as having brought about solutions to reduce the impact and effects of the pandemic. These have included an increase to grants, additional grants for unemployment, all of which is designed to curb the economic impact of pandemic. A high number of female-headed households have benefited from the grants, given that over 30 million households are primarily led by women. This adjusted vote will continue the the work of advocating for the rights of women, for the rights of the women, youth, vulnerable groups. We call on provincial and local government spheres to prioritize the national campaigns on gender-based violence and femicide, and the plight of children being killed and abused. This vote must assist in the improvement of safety for children and allocation of funds to the Office of the Rights of the Child. The ANC believes women
to speak to her. Click on the private group. Okay, I'm going to MEC now. Of those minutes
in our society of gender-based violence and femicide. This entails that provincial and local government prove the ANC assist in the ANC believes women empowerment is one of the tools that can assist in our society of gender-based violence and femicide. This entails that provincial and local government should improve equity across provincial and local planning and budgeting. The ANC government remains resolute in building safer communities where women, children, and LGBTQI protected. This adjusted vote is crucial in ensuring that government policy on the rights of women and vulnerable groups and bring about change. The vote. Thank you.
Thank you. We now deal with the division that will be called by the DA. Who's doing that on behalf of the DA?
The DA objects and calls for a division.
Thank you, Honorable Abuskahne. Let's check the support.
Christians?
Oukamp.
1, 2.
Oukamp.
No, Honorable Oukamp. Let's have the third one.
3.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. Thank you. We'll allow the 30 seconds. Honorable members, we now voting or to vote in favor. Please raise your hands. Those that are voting in favor.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Honorable Mushodi.
Honorable Pastor. Honorable Mama Rakhane in favor.
Mama Rakhane.
Sipidla in favor, House Chairperson.
Sipidla, my old friend.
Honorable Monyamani, in favor.
Monyamane, thank you.
Honorable Nkosi, in favor, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi. The count is completed. The table will lower the hands. Delegates who vote against should raise their hands. The count is complete. The table will lower all the hands. Delegates who abstain should please raise their hands.
Chair, I hope you have noted my hand.
Are you abstaining or voting against or voting in favor?
could be a Christmas present, Chair. I'm voting against.
Chair.
Thank you.
Ndongeni, Chair. I've got a problem.
Are you abstaining, Dongeni? Are you abstaining, Dongeni?
In
Okay,
favor.
We have the
In
results
favor.
now.
In favor.
In favor, 36. Against, 10. The abstention is 0. The vote is agreed to. Honorable members, we now proceed to vote 21. We're dealing with now vote 21.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Am I okay to start?
Go on with the declaration.
Okay. As ANC, we rise in support of vote 21, Surveillance Secretariat for Police. The COVID-19 has impacted on the lack of achievements of some of the targets for the Surveillance Secretariat for Police. This department plays an sorry, Chair.
No, we are protected. Continue.
This department plays an important role in ensuring transformation and accountability of the police service. This is done in line with the values we are advancing of a developmental state. The vote has also been impacted by the inevitable and necessary budget readjustment as part of government's response to the national state of disaster we are facing, as well as the need to stabilize the fiscus. The ANC supports this budget vote, as it will enable the department to contribute to the National Development Plan NDP 2030 vision of ensuring that people are and feel safe. We support this budget vote because it will ensure that the Civilian Secretariat for Police contribute to the anti-crime campaigns to be rolled out, as well as contribution to the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. We support the budget vote because it will enable the department to implement the e-policing framework to necessitate the steps to quickly adapt and remain current in its approach to crime prevention. As the ANC Honorable Chair, we support vote 21 of Surveillance Secretariat for Police. I thank you.
We note the objection of the DA, the EFF, the Freedom Front Plus. They are noted. The vote is agreed to with the noting of the objections as mentioned. I now put vote 2022. That's Correctional Services. I've informed that EFF and ANC would like declaration of vote in terms of section of the Rule 63. EFF, Honorable Mutsamai.
Chairperson, we will not be making any declaration on this vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Memo Kause. ANC, are you still making any declaration? No.
No, we are
Thank you.
not making a declaration, Chair.
The vote is agreed to. We note the objection of the DA, EFF, Freedom Front Plus, and IFP. Chairperson, I now put vote 23. That one of defense. I've informed that is the EFF and the ANC that will be making declaration. Is it still as such?
Chairperson, we will not be making any declaration. No.
EFF. Thank you.
We're
No
not making a
declaration.
declaration, Chair, with saving time.
Thank you, ANC. Informed that there's a call for division by the DA. DA?
Thank you, Chair. The DA objects and calls for a division.
Let's check the support. One. Right, that's 1, 2.
Christians.
Ocamp 3.
Christians.
Christians 4.
Ryder.
No, Ryder, you are the first one. The fourth one. You are the first one. I'm very alert.
Nana.
Thank you, Honorable Nana. We are the fourth one. Let's allow for the 30 seconds. We now proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the vote be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor, please raise your hands.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Honorable
Honorable
Mushodi.
Tangata in favor.
Honorable Mama Rekhani.
Honorable Mushodi, who's doing manually, the rest are fine with the technology. Who's the
Honorable Mama Rekhani.
Honorable Mama Rokhane?
Honorable Nkosi.
Honorable Nkosi?
Sibidla, House Chairperson.
Honorable Sibidla? Thank you. The vote is, the count is complete. The table will lower all the hands.
Did you count it, Chairperson?
Let all honorable members be alert now. We are moving on. I know it has been a long day, but let us be alert. Let us be very alert. I know we've enjoyed the lunch, so let us be very alert. Delegates who vote against, please raise your hands. The count is completed. The table will lower all the hands. Delegates who abstain should please raise their hands.
The count of Fidel Mulombo, Chair, should be lowered.
Don't worry about that. The table will deal with it. The count is completed.
Where are we now?
No, we are still dealing with vote 23.
We are on the virtual platform. That's where we are now.
Can you get the results?
Amen.
In favor, it's 36. Against, it's 10. No abstention. The vote is agreed to. We now move to, I now put vote 24, Independent Police Investigative Directorate. I've informed that EFF and ANC will do declaration of vote. Is still the case, EFF?
Chairperson, we are not speaking on this vote, and I know our position that the ANC will also not speak if we are not speaking.
No, thank you. ANC,
yes,
can you confirm?
You confirm, Chair.
It's confirming. Yes, we now, I'm informed that the DA will call for the division. Democratic Alliance?
The DI objects and calls for a division.
And you can
Let's
take
check
Nana
let's
and
check the
Ryder
number
automatically.
in terms of the support. The first one.
Nana and Ryder, you can take automatically.
Left, right, and center objection.
Can you get the support, therefore?
Ryder.
I'm here.
Ryder's
I'm
the
here,
first
Chair.
one.
Nana supports.
Second one. Okam, third one.
Nana.
The fourth one.
Christians.
Christian is the fourth one. We'll proceed and go to voting. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor should please raise their hands. Those that are voting in favor.
Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Honorable Mushodi.
Honorable Mama Rekhani.
Honorable Mama Rokhane.
Modise in favor.
Honorable Modise, I won't call the name.
Honorable Nkosi.
Honorable Nkosi.
Sipidla.
Changase.
Changase and Honorable Sipidla. Thank you. The count is completed. The table will lower all hands. Delegates who vote against, please raise your hands. Thank you. The count is completed. Delegates who abstain, please raise your hands. Thank you. The count is completed. Let's get to the results. In favor is 36, against it's 9, no abstention. The vote is agreed to. I now put vote 25, Justice and Constitutional Development. I've been informed that the EFF and the ANC will do declaration of vote. Is still that the case? EFF?
We will not be making any declaration on this vote, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Makause. ANC?
No. In the interest of time, we won't make a declaration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's
good. That's good.
Thank you. The vote is agreed to. Then we note the objection of the DA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus. I now put vote 26, military veterans. I've been informed that EFF and ANC will do declaration of vote. EFF?
We are not speaking on this vote, Chairperson. Hence, other political parties won't have anything to say if we don't speak.
Thank you, EFF. ANC? Oh, is that the case? Then the vote is agreed to. We note the objection of the DA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus. I now put vote 27, Office of the Chief Justice. I've been informed that EFF and ANC would like to do declaration of vote. Is still that the case? EFF?
Thank you, House Chairperson.
EFF, Office of the Chief Justice.
Chairperson?
Vote 27.
Yes. Chairperson, the EFF reject the budget adjustments for the Office of the Chief Justice. We are not rejecting the work done by the Chief Justice and Judiciary. We are objecting what is called an imposed budget to the Office of the Chief Justice by a spineless Minister of Finance, Mr. Tito Mboweni, who continues to cut the very most important budgets.
EFF, are you still making a declaration?
I'm talking.
No, there's nothing like talking. No, it's not talking. Either declaration or nothing.
I'm speaking.
Don't abuse the presiding officers, please.
Can you do the declaration?
Why?
No, you're abusing the presiding officer.
No, I'm speaking here.
What is going on?
Chairperson, it is actually shocking that the statistic of gender-based violence were reported to the increase, but because the finance minister is blinded by his own austerity agenda, he couldn't even spare a budget for the Office of the Chief Justice. This is unforgivable, Chairperson. I'm not abusing you, I'm making a declaration. Failure to fund the Office of the Chief Justice and the entire judiciary as a consequence is a way of deliberately undermining the work of the judiciary, especially those who do not want their friends and spokesperson to be prosecuted. Perhaps it's about time that we find a different way of funding and allocating budget to judiciary independently so from the government of the Republic of South Africa and Mr. Tito Mboweni. For years under the ruling party, our judiciary has lost skills in critical areas, we need to relook at the model of funding the judiciary in this country. We need to make courts accessible for people living with disability. We need translators, including translation of judgments into all languages, not only Afrikaans and apartheid language and English. And we need courts that are well maintained to create a conducive working environment. This is the only way we will begin to create a justice system that will restore the dignity of victims of crime. Chairperson, we are not objecting to the work of the Chief Justice, we're objecting to the budget cut by the Minister of Finance. Thank you.
ANC, it's Honorable Nkosi. Honorable Nkosi. Is still that the case? If there's no declaration, it's fine. The vote is agreed to. We noted the objection of the DA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus. I now put vote 28, police. I've informed that DA, EFF, Freedom Front Plus, IFP, ANC will do declaration. DA, it's Honorable Smith. Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I'll be delivering this on behalf of the Honorable George Michalakis.
Honorable Smith.
Honorable House Chair. Can you hear me, Honorable Chair?
Okay.
Can you hear me, Honorable Chair? Honorable Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Honorable Smith.
Thank you very much. Honorable House Chair.
You can continue.
Here we are again, 6 months later, discussing the Department of Police when nothing has improved yet again. The SAPS budget totals 96.8 billion, the second largest budget of all departments. Yet in 2019-2020, it underspent by 754 million rand. That is double the budget of the grossly underfunded IPID, which is supposed to be capacitated to rid the SAPS of all the criminals in its midst. In this year, SAPS also failed to achieve most of its performance targets, and the police population ratio now stands at 1:40, the worst in more than 6 years. Half of the police vehicles in this country are standing, unusable, and resources and training at station level is substandard. Forensic laboratories are overwhelmed and underfunded. Criminal intelligence is non-existent and fruitless. Wasteful and unauthorized expenditure are as high as ever. Yet there's no shortage in VIP protection and top-ranked generals, many of whom are still being investigated by IPID without conclusion, receiving fat salaries. We will not support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. EFF, it's Honorable Mutsamai.
Chairperson, I will be taking this on behalf of Honorable Mutsamai. Chairperson, the EFF would like to put it on record that we do not support this budget. There is no capacity at all in the South African police service, but what we are seeing is mediocrity. We're seeing government using police to fight political battles, especially in the Western Cape, where police are used to shoot rubber bullets on innocent protesting on issues that are affecting ordinary people of the Western Cape and South Africa. Service delivery issues, racism, it has clouded the Western Cape itself. There is no capacity to deal with petty crime in the South African police service. There's no capacity to deal with gender-based violent crimes at the level of the police station, yet they continue to receive more and more monies. Chairperson, the EFF rejects this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Freedom Front Plus.
Agbare voorsitter, am I audible, Chair?
Yes.
Agbare voorsitter, according to the Britannica, the police typically are responsible for maintaining public order and safety, enforcing law and preventing, detecting and investigating criminal activities. The police are supposed to be trusted by the people. They are supposed to be a beacon of hope, refuge, a pillar of pride and a haven of safety for the vulnerable and the weak. Voorsitter, kan ons met 'n oop gemoed sê dat hierdie kwaliteite by alle manne en vroue in blou gesien word? Indien nie, hoekom nie? Chair, a total of R1 million is shifted within the visible policing program to pay donations to non-profit institutions. According to outside, was proposed that SAPS receive 5.85 billion less this year. Of that, the most significant portion comes from visible policing, 3.6 billion, followed by administration, which will receive 1 billion less, detective services, which will receive 802 million less, crime intelligence, which will receive 203 million less, and protection and security services, which will receive 109.5 million less. These proposed reductions will undoubtedly impact on SAP's performance. The police detection rate for contact crimes per year is 48.6%, Chair. That's 367,000 out of 756,000 rounded off. Voorsitter, deur die SAPD se begroting te sny veroorsaak dit onherstelbare burgerlike wantroue in die vermoë van die polisie. Die VF+ bedank elke polisielid wat ten spyte van die institusionele en politieke uitdagings steeds Suid-Afrika met durf en trots dien en beskerm. Suid-Afrika het lankal hoop in die regering verloor. Ons kan nie bekostig dat die bietjie vertroue wat daar nog in ons polisiediens gesetel is, ook verlore gaan nie. Chair, it's evident that the ruling party might be using the Adjustment Appropriation Bill to turn down the heat on themselves, since police, IPID and the Department of Justice are being restrained due to budget cuts. Misdaad kan weer weens verskeie faktore gedurende die komende jaar toeneem en dit is duidelik dat die polisie se hande deur die regering self vasgemaak word. Die VF+ pleit weer eens by elke burger om homself binne die raamwerk van die wet te bemagtig. Wees bedag, wees paraat, wees 'n teenstander van misdaad en nie 'n slagoffer nie. South Africa, this is an urgent plea to be vigilant. Be an adversary in the face of danger, not a victim. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Detroit. IFP, Honorable Mfayela. It's not in. ANC, Honorable Nkosi. It's not in. I've informed that the DA wishes to call for a division. And is
Chair,
there,
a point of order.
Is there?
Chair,
okay.
Point of order, if you could please have a look in the comments section. There are accusations made by the, I won't say Honorable Makosa because she's not honorable at all, with regards to the Honorable Kluter. Please ask her to refrain from using language like that.
I'm not
Honorable,
refraining on anything. I'm not refraining on anything.
Honorable Detroit.
There's racist activities.
I've seen that, but I will.
We will respond accordingly. We will not let the racists here bully us.
If there's any proof that Honorable Kluter is a racist, then Honorable Makosa must call it out now. Otherwise, that's a false accusation.
Yes, Honorable
I said
Detroit.
it already. You are bullies.
Honorable
racist.
Detroit. Order members. Honorable members, the chair wants to remark that whatever that we put in the comments, it's also part of the session, but I haven't seen what is there, so I won't entertain it. Let's move straight to the call of a division by DA. Honorable Lamuskakne.
Just turning a blind eye, Chair. By staying quiet, you're also admitting to that accusation.
No, it's going to be attended, Honorable Detroit. I'm saying anything that is put on the comment is part of the session, but I haven't seen it. I'm saying we are going to look at it and we'll make an appropriate ruling. That's what I'm saying. Honorable Labuskakne.
Honorable House Chair, the DA objects and calls for a division.
Let's check for the support for the call of the division by the DA.
But
Christians.
2.
Nana.
Right.
3. Ryder. 4. Thank you. It meets the threshold. We now proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the vote be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor, please raise your hands.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Mutodi, vote in favor. Thank you.
Honorable Mushodi.
Honorable Tebogo Modise.
Honorable Modise, I respect the name.
Honorable Mamarkhane.
Honorable Nkosi.
Honorable Nkosi and Honorable Mamarukhane.
Honorable
Nyamani.
Honorable Nyamane.
Honorable Luana.
Changase.
Honorable Luana.
Honorable Changase.
Honorable Changase. The count is completed. Table lower the hands. Delegates who vote against should please raise their hand. The count is completed. The table will lower their hands. Delegates who abstain should raise their hands.
Honorable Nkosi, Chair. Honorable Nkosi, it's voting in favor.
Thank you. The table will lower the hands. We'll get the results. In favor is 38, against 9, no abstention. The vote is agreed to. We now put vote 29, agriculture land reform. I've been informed that the DA, Freedom Front Plus, EFF, and ANC will do declaration of vote. DA, Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, firstly, I want to say all the glory goes to the farmers and the agricultural sector for being the heroes during this year with COVID-19. And that it's no thanks to the department who dismally failed them, as the Department of Agriculture also only achieved 69% of their targets. In terms of the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development, who failed to submit their annual report, shall I say more than CIS? You refused to give tribal communities the dignity of a title deed for their homes. The budget cuts for the department contradicts the President's recovery plan, so it is clear you want to fail in that too. We as the DA cannot support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Freedom Front Plus, Honorable Klute.
Chairperson, sorry, we indicated that we won't be doing a declaration here. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Klute. EFF, Honorable Arnold.
House Chairperson, they will not speak when we speak. Chairperson, we want to put it on record that we are not supporting this budget. Chairperson, we want to put it on record that we are not supporting this vote. Chairperson, the monopoly of food production in South Africa and Africa as a whole do not belong to white races of this country. It belongs to all of us, including Black farmers. Chairperson, in times of economic and social crisis, historically, agriculture has always been a sector that fires growth up all over the world. This is so because agriculture is catalytic to almost every other economic activity. People need food before they can endeavor to other activities. Instead of realizing this potential here and nurturing an army of aspirant Black farmers, we are basically killing the sector off. Instead, listening to all the crying fouls from white farmers, forgetting about our very own black farmers. The Auditor General found that the department could not even account for the number of hectares plowed as a result of their support. For the so-called COVID-19 Disaster Agricultural Fund, there were 673 approved applicants whose ID numbers were invalid. Where did that money go to, Chairperson? That should be the question. Chairperson, there's a lot of looting in this department and there's a lot of gatekeeping relating to food production. Hence, I say, food production here in South Africa and Africa does not belong to white farmers only. Consider black farmers. Therefore, Chairperson, we are not going to support this vote.
House Chair. House Chair.
Is there a problem? Honorable Modise for the ANC, continue.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, and good afternoon. Deputy Chairperson, let me say before the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, the rating agency had downgraded our economy to a junk status. And while the 2020 February budget tried to respond to the challenge faced by our slow-growing economy, it soon had to be revised. And the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development has to revise its annual performance plan. The 2020 MTS proposed a fiscal consolidation in order to stabilize the national debt and promote economic growth. The Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan has identified, among others, agriculture as one of the key productive sectors with a potential to create a masses of employment, help grow the economy, and in order to achieve it, a new policy framework needed. The purpose of this vote 29 is to provide equitable access to land, integrated rural development, sustainable agriculture, and food security for all. As the African National Congress, we declare our full support for the vote 29, and in doing so, we have noted the following adjustment as a result of reprioritization of the budget. The reduction of 1.895 billion under the food security, land reform and restitution program. The funds were intended, among others, to support 145,000 subsistence and smaller holder producer, and placement of 255 unemployment agriculture graduate in farmers over the MTEF. The funds were reprioritized towards COVID-19 Farmers Relief Fund, and a new indicator was indicated that in the revised annual performance plan of the department, with the target to support 50,000 subsidized producers through these funds. The reduction in conditional grant in the municipality will negatively affect the implementation program such as Ilitsima, the land care, a program meant to assist vulnerable South Africans in order to achieve agricultural production. And this program further adjusted downward by 5.083 million from 54.815 million. Adjusted budget related to the infrastructure under Cooperative Agriculture Support Program and worrisome, and we have indicated to important as alignment of the budget of ERRP, as infrastructure-led growth is one of the pillars of our economy recovery plan. In conclusion, Deputy Chairperson, we know the presidential stimulate package and welcome the initiative by the department revised budget under the current constraint for discuss and refer called by the ANC on social compacting to help the economy grow. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the department has tried its best level, although the opposition, they don't even recognize that. As the ANC, we support this budget vote 29. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, are you back? Honorable Nyambi. Honorable Nyambi. It seems as if the House Chair is not yet back, so let us continue. We have been informed that the DA wishes to call for a division. Can it be confirmed?
Yes, Deputy Chair, the DA objects and calls for a division.
Honorable Nyambi, since you are back, you can continue.
Let's get, thank you, Deputy Chair. Let's get the support of the call for the division by the DA.
Smith.
You have Nana and Ryder.
Ocamp.
3, 4. Okay.
And don't forget Honorable Dagor as well. He also supported.
Yeah, but you can't vote for twice for someone else.
No problem. As you have met the threshold, we can proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the vote be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor, please raise their hands.
Thank you, House Chair.
Those that are voting in favor.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor. Thank you.
House Chair, Honorable TC Mudise.
Honorable Mama Rakhane, vote in favor.
Honorable
Yes.
voting in favor.
Those that are voting in favor.
Sibila.
Honorable Nkosi.
Honorable Mushodi.
Chairperson guy. Hey, who gave it for Kotatai?
Hayo. Wabana urare ai kana ikiela vote.
Deputy Chair.
Deputy Chair.
Chairperson Uhayo.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, this is a very important vote.
Where are you,
Baba?
Continue.
There's something wrong.
Yes, Deputy Chair, the House Chair is not there.
Okay, the House Chair is experiencing problems.
Yes.
So the table will lower the hands if they have concluded the count.
Are counting?
The count is concluded. Can we now see all the delegates that are voting against? Can they raise their hands?
About counting the rule.
The table will lower the hands as soon as they have concluded the counting. The counting is concluded. Can we then see delegates who wish to abstain? Could they raise their hands? I don't see any. Can we just, can the table just provide us with the outcome? The vote is as follows. Those in favor is 38. Those against is 10. Which means the vote is agreed to. And I will now put vote 30. Communications, we were doing agriculture. Let me just get myself together. We were doing agriculture. So we are now doing vote 30, communications and digital technologies. And I have been informed that parties would like to make declarations of vote. We will now request EFF to continue with their declaration of vote.
Deputy Chairperson, we won't be making a declaration.
Thank you. The DA, Honorable Nana.
Fine.
So, I'm sorry, Deputy Chairperson, I won't be making a declaration.
Honorable Matibe.
None. We are not voting.
Honorable Matibe also have connected.
No, we are not making declaration.
Sorry. Honorable Matibe.
We are not making declaration.
Thank you. The vote is agreed to, taking into account the objections of DA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus. Noted. We now put vote 31, employment and labor. I have been informed that parties would like to make declarations of vote. EFF.
Deputy Chairperson, we won't be making a declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. ANC. So the same person also have experiencing connectivity problems the whole day. I have further been informed that the DA wishes to call for a division. DA.
Honorable Deputy Chair, the DI objects and calls for a division.
Can we have support for the division?
Honorable Smith.
Honorable Ryder. Honorable Smith.
Christians.
Honorable Christians. Honorable Outcome. That is supported. The division having been called. We will now allow 30 seconds for all those outside the virtual platform to join the session. Seconds have lapsed. We will now proceed to the voting on the question, and the question is that the vote be agreed to. All those who vote in favor can now use the raise your hand function and raise your hands.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Yes, Mushodi.
Deputy Chair.
Who is this
Honorable
next one?
Modise.
Modise.
In favor.
Deputy Chair.
Deputy Chair.
Mama Rakhane.
Yes, who is next? Tobikaise.
Honorable.
Thank you.
Honorable Nkosi, Deputy Chair.
Nkosi.
Changase, Chair.
Changase.
Luana, Chair.
Luana. Else? So,
Did you count me, Honorable Chairperson?
who is me?
Mama Rakhane.
Is it you, Lillian? Yes, I did. I did, Honorable Member. So I'm sure the table took note of those that are voting manually, and they will lower their hands as soon as the count is completed. The hands have been lowered. MEC Sakwati, can you lower your hand, please? Delegate who vote against should please raise their hands now and keep your hands raised until the count is completed. Anyone that is got an issue? That is the ones that have voted against. Can we continue? If there is, okay, may we continue? I'm asking the table. So is there any abstentions? If none, we will now give the results. The voting is closed. The results are as follows: in favor 38, against 9, and abstentions 0. So the vote is agreed to. We were busy with communications, and what? Employment and labor was 31. We have concluded it now. We are going to put vote 32, environment, forestry, and fisheries. The following parties that want to make declarations of vote may continue. EFF.
Chairperson, we will not be making any declaration. Thank you.
ANC.
Deputy Chairperson, ANC won't be making the declaration. Thank you.
The vote is agreed to, taking into account the objections of DA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus. I will now put vote 33, human settlements, and I will be informed that parties would like to make declarations of vote. EFF. Honorable Zandamela.
Chairperson, we won't be making any declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. ANC.
Chair, we don't.
Thank you. The
Thank
vote
you.
is agreed to, taking into account the objections of DA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus. Noted. I will now put vote 34, mineral resources and energy. And I have been informed that parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63. Honorable Smith, DA.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Honorable Deputy Chair, the Department of Mineral Resources did quite well in terms of their financial compliance, but unfortunately that does not reflect in their actual performance. The Department of Energy failed dismally with the fact that they only achieved 52% of their targets. This department keeps on fantasizing about
Is there a problem, Honorable Smith?
about the unaffordable nuclear deal with Russia, which is concerning. The Department of Leadership. We as the DA cannot support.
Thank you, Honorable Smith. EFF, Honorable Mukause.
Deputy Chairperson, we are not making declaration. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Modise, ANC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The ANC support the adjustment budget vote 34. The necessity of the adjustment appropriation bill was due to the ANC-led government intervention to combat the impact of global COVID-19 pandemic and save life. It is also a necessity due to low economic growth resulting in physical constraint. The mining and energy sector continue to function under the disaster management regulation to ensure that the economy was functional. Budget adjustment to the department program have been an impact to ability of the department to roll out electrification to few households than was expected. However, the continuation of this program in the next financial year and future will ensure that the household in all community be electrified. The ANC support the budget vote 34, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mokise. We have been informed that the DA wishes to call for a division. Can it be confirmed?
Honorable Deputy Chair, the DA objects and calls for a division.
The DA calls for a division. Can we see the support?
Outcome supports.
Yes.
Nana Stem-Sam.
Smith.
Christians.
And Christians, the division have been called, and we will now allow a 30 seconds window for delegates who are outside the platform to join the session. Seconds have lapsed. We can now proceed to the voting on the question, and the question is that the vote be agreed to. So the delegates that vote in favor should please raise their hands and keep your hands raised until the counting is complete.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Yes, Mushodi. Mama Rehane, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Should we
In
take it that
favor.
you are also voting in favor?
In favor.
Mankosi.
Yes, yes, Madam Deputy Chair.
Njangase.
Njangase. Yes.
Modise Tebogo. In favor.
Honorable Luana, Deputy Chair.
Luana, we have you now. Who else? The hands will be lowered as soon as the count is completed. Thank you very much. We will now go to the delegates who want to vote against. Please raise your hands and keep them raised until the count is completed. The hands will be lowered as soon as the count is completed. And we will then go for those that are abstaining. Landsman, are you voting against?
Network leadership, I'm for.
No,
I'm
we
not
don't,
against.
we don't want his vote, Chair.
Honorable Nana, you are so out of order that you don't even know it.
As usual.
So, can we, Honorable Dodogo, can you lower your hand so that we can start with those that are abstaining? Please. Can those that are abstaining now raise their hands? Should we take it, Honorable Governor, that you are abstaining? Honorable Governor, are you abstaining?
No, she's not.
No, Honorable Speaker. I lowered my hand. I had my hand raised in support.
Okay. Can we just, now the count is completed. All hands have been lowered by the table. We are just waiting for the results. The results is there. The table have submitted the results. In favor is 38, against 10, and abstentions is 0. So the vote is agreed to. I will now put vote 35, sciences and innovation. And then I didn't receive any notice of declarations. Is there any party that want to do a declaration? If none, the vote is agreed to, taking into account the objections or noting the objections from TA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus. I now put vote 36, small business development, and we have been informed that there will be declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63 by the EFF. So there is no declaration of vote. ANC?
No declaration. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. We have been informed that the DA wishes to call for a division, DA.
Honorable Deputy Chair, the DI objects and calls for a division.
Is the division supported? Then
That
we have
call is
support for
supported by
division.
Ryder.
Outcome supports. Outcome supports.
Outcome Ryder. Who else?
Sir.
Who?
Christian.
Christians.
Smith.
Yes, and Bayer Smith. So let me just get to my gadget. So the division have been called. We will now allow 30 seconds for all of those that want to join the virtual platform.
You're a bit early, Honorable Mashodi.
Where's Amushot?
We now proceed to the voting on the question, and the question is that the vote be agreed to. All delegates that are voting in favor can now raise their hands and keep your hands raised until the counting is complete. Those that
Thank
are voting
you.
manual indicate.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Mushodi,
Mama Rakhani in favor.
Mama Rekhani, Nkosi.
Yes, yes, Deputy Chair.
Who else?
Luana, Deputy Chair.
Wana. Who else? Delegates must know that we cannot take it for granted that you are voting. You should indicate if you are not able to do it on the guide. Nchangase. Yes. So we are just waiting for the results. If the counting is completed, the table will lower the hands for the next vote.
Honorable Munyamani, Chair. Voting in favor.
Take note of Honorable Munyamane. Yes. The count is completed. We will now proceed to the next vote. Those who are voting against, please raise your hands and keep your hands raised until the count is completed.
Which one, sir? In favor.
Okay. Who is in the church here? Please apply your mind to the setting. So if the count is completed, can the table lower the hands so that we go to the next vote? For those that are voting, that are abstaining from voting. If there is now abstentions, the voting is closed and we are waiting for the results. In favor is 38, against is 10, and abstentions is 0. The vote is agreed to. I put vote 37, sports, arts and culture, and apparently there is parties that want to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63, EFF. Honorable Luchule.
Chairperson,
Yes,
we will not be making any declaration on this one. Thank you.
No declarations. ANC. No declarations. The vote is agreed
No
to. The objections.
declarations, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. The objections of DA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus are noted. The vote is agreed to. I put vote 38 tourism, and I have been informed that parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63, EFF. EFF.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Allow me to speak without a video. I'm experiencing connection problems here.
Fine.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the EFF will not support this vote. Much of the tourism industry is still dominated by white-owned businesses, claiming a large stake of the tourism sector. This department, Chairperson, lacks the will to provide strategy and leadership in terms of transformation in the tourism sector. Black business owners in the industry are left to operate in the margins, primarily in townships and around the country. It is evident that the department does not have a clear policy coordination between township and rural development and tourism development in order to deal with accessibility of infrastructure. An example of this is a lack of tourist information centers in rural municipalities. The department is not doing enough to develop community-based tourism that will bring wider benefits to rural communities and townships. We see those previously advantaged only benefiting from this sector. Therefore, the EFF will not support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, EFF, Honorable ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. This year was extremely challenging to the tourism sector. Worldwide lockdown, the crowding of airlines, empty hotels rooms, and tour buses that remain packed for many months are amongst the example of the impact of COVID-19 on the sector. Honorable Chairperson, as a result, 1 billion of the Department 2020 budget was adjusted to another vote. The recovery in South Africa will be difficult because the fiscal stimulate measures to protect companies and jobs are unlikely to address the deep structural problems which were pressing on the tourism industry even before the crisis. This includes the slow pace of transformation and concentration of business opportunities around the big metro, Honorable Chair. When the tourism industry came to a complete halt, government provided 200 million tourism relief fund to the sector that was disbursed by the South African tourism. True to form the rights wins challenge in court, the inclusive of triple BBE in the criteria for the fund, and the minister was taken to court by AfriForum and Solidarity. Honorable Chairperson, what the AfriForum and Solidarity and their political party wins in Parliament represented by the DA and Freedom Front Plus does not realize is that transformation and inclusive economic growth is ultimately beneficial to all South Africans, including their white and wealthy constituencies. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC calls of National Treasury to allocate more funds in the budget to the department in order to aim the recovery and create jobs. Government must consider re-reference funding for promote tourism development in villages, townships, and small towns. Honorable Chairperson, the department and SA Tourism must ensure that the expenditure of the fund correspond with the achievement of the more strategic objective. Honorable Chairperson, they must also strengthen internal controls and address any funding by Auditor General. We must support the dialogue between the minister and the tourism industry representatives aimed at developing a plan of action for reviving tourism. Honorable Chair, we believe that in order for South Africans to be a collective distinction, there has to be collaboration between the government and the industry. As the ANC Honorable Chairperson, we support the budget vote 38. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mushodi. We have been informed that the DA wishes to call for a division.
Honorable Deputy Chair, the DA objects and calls for a division.
Can we see support for the division?
Honorable Smith.
Smith.
Ocamp.
Ocamp.
Questions?
Christians.
Prasad.
Prasad. We've got 4. Thank you. The division has been called. Let's allow the 30 seconds for everyone to be in the platform for the sake of consistency. Seconds have left. We will now proceed to the voting on the question, and the question is that the vote be agreed to. All delegates who want to vote in favor, please raise your hands and keep your hands raised until we have completed the count.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Mushodi.
Deputy Chair, Honorable Nkosi.
Amarakane, Nkosi, and Changase. Who else?
Honorable Munyamani, Chair.
Munyamani. So the others succeeded in getting into the system. The hands will be lowered as soon as the count is completed, so that we can continue with the next vote. Thank you very much. We will now go to the all delegates who want to vote against. Please raise your hands and keep your hands raised for the same reason. Can we please lower the hand of Honorable Governor? Thank you.
Honorable Governor is the one who raises her hand each time.
No, it was the second time, but she's not used to this every time. So it's fine. She have indicated what is her preference. So if the count is complete, we will then the table will lower the hand so that we prepare for those that want to abstain to vote. If there is no abstention and the count is completed, we will just get the results from the table. So the results is the voting is closed and the results as follows. In favor is 37, against is 10, and abstentions is 0, and the vote is agreed to. That was vote 38. We now put vote 39, trade, industry, and competition. And we have been informed that parties would want to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63, EFF.
Thank you, House Chair, Deputy Chairperson. The EFF reject the vote because of the department's failure to respond to the unemployment crisis in South Africa. The department made a commitment to revitalize industrial parks in order to turn rural areas and townships into sustainable hubs of economic activities in order to reduce unemployment. An amount of 189 million was set aside to prioritize parks under the custodianship of the department, but to date, none of that money has been channeled adequately in order to serve its intended purpose. The revitalization process is instrumental in the creation of job opportunities for those communities close to the industrial parks, such as Zwelicha in the Eastern Cape, which was embarked for refurbishment of an old factory for the purposes of manufacturing PPEs. Many of these Deputy Chairperson industrial parks are still in the first phase of revitalization with little to no progress being made. Those that are operating face many challenges, such as the Nonkwankwa Industrial Park in Greater Zani Municipality, where there's no access to water. Therefore, we are not supporting this budget vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Makause, ANC.
Yes, Chairperson, I will do so. Chairperson, Deputy Chair, the second adjustment appropriation bill was presented under challenging social and economic conditions. These challenging conditions are a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has turned the South African economy and the rest of the global economy upside down. The South African economy is expected to contract by 7.8%, and the unemployment rate is at 0.8%. According to Stats SA, in addition to these challenges, government needs to reduce the debt in the face of low revenue collection. This means difficult choices will have to be made. Inevitably, difficult choices which must be made include the budget cuts and the movement of funds between votes. For some time, there has been concern regarding the infrastructure challenges in the SABS. The shifting of the 10 million towards the industrial competitiveness and the growth program to fund infrastructure upgrades for the SABS is a welcomed intervention. Our support for this budget vote as the ANC is inspired by the tabling of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan by President Ramaphosa over a month ago in Parliament. Amongst the key priority interventions in the employment orientation strategic localization is the orientation of strategic localization, reindustrialization, and export promotion. The DTIC is central to our localization, reindustrialization, and export of promotion agenda. The development and finalization of the industry master plans is premised on job creation and economic growth, which will be enhanced through the local promotion of trade. The ANC supports Vote 59 of the Trade, Industry and Competition Act. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
So, thank you, Honorable Dango. We have been informed that the DA wishes to call for a division. The DA.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. The DA objects and calls for a division.
Thank you. Can we see support for the division?
Outcome supports.
Yes, Outcome. Ryder.
Questions?
Thank you.
Smith and Christians. The division have been called. We will now allow a 30 seconds window for delegates who are outside the platform to join the session. Thirty seconds have elapsed. We will now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. Delegates who are voting in favor should please raise their hands and keep your hands raised until the count is complete.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Shodi.
Honorable Mama in favor.
Mama Rekhane.
In favor.
Honorable Chair Munyamani in favor.
Munyamane. Yes.
Honorable Changase, Chair.
Who else is not
Honorable
on the
Nkosi, Deputy Chair.
We have noted you. Honorable Nkosi, thank you. If the count is complete, the table will lower the hands so that you prepare for the next vote. The count is completed. Thank you. We will now go to delegates who vote against to raise their hands, and please also to keep their hands raised. Honorable Dodovo should be taken to vote for. The table will lower the hands as soon as the count is completed, so that we continue to ask for the delegates who want to abstain to raise their hands. No abstentions. The count is completed. The table will be lowering all hands and we will receive the results. Let me just open my gadget again. The voting is closed. The results are as follows. In favor is 38, against 10, and abstentions is 0. The vote is agreed to. I now put vote 40, transport. Is there any declarations of votes that parties want to make, EFF?
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. The conditions of South African public transport sector are dire. For an example, a taxi rank in townships such as a highway taxi rank in Mdantsane in the Eastern Cape are overcrowded, dirty and unsafe, specifically for young girls and women. They are vulnerable to abuse. Deputy Chairperson, a taxi rank in Kuruman in the Northern Cape, Kimberley in the Northern Cape, Mthatha taxi rank in the Eastern Cape, Vryburg in the Northwest. These are just one example of the overcrowded and dirty taxi ranks commuters are exposed to. There's a serious concern about the bus companies that are supported by government being allowed to operate without adhering to road safety measures, putting the lives of many commuters at risk. Rail travel in the Eastern Cape, in the northern, in Gauteng province is non-existent. Also in the Western Cape, Cape Town itself, the infrastructure and system has collapsed, leaving many commuters who find railway travel more affordable, unable to travel to and from work. The department has failed to ensure the safety of commuters and compliance of public transport service providers. Chairperson, we are not in support of this budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mokase, ANC.
Ke go lebogile motlatsamodulasetulo wa ntlo ya bosetšhaba ya dikgotla tsa di-province. Aras on behalf of the African National Congress to express our support to the second adjustment appropriation bill, vote 40 in particular. This support, Honorable Chair, is informed by the following. The challenges that we have around economic growth and also the rising public debt, but more than that, made worse by the pandemic, which had a devastating impact also on the transport sector. There are a number of changes that were effected, but our view as the ANC is that those changes will not negatively impact on the work of the department, informed by the fact that there has been a number of tangible programs aimed at recovering the sector from the challenges that it had, but also more than that, to ensure that indeed the department is able to generate income and also improve its availability, its ability to sustain itself financially, particularly given the fact that there are a number of areas that are very critical in terms of our socio-economic program. Amongst them, the provision of efficient public transport is one of them, such that jobs are created, but also to put the department in a much more better position as an enabler of job creation. This will ensure that indeed the department becomes the driving force behind the critical infrastructure development projects that are within the transport sector, in particular rail and road. So therefore, the investment in rail infrastructure is premised on the need to ensure that safety is at the center of it. But more than that, the maintenance and development of the existing infrastructure is important, Honorable Deputy Chair. Hence, our clarion call to our communities to safeguard the rail assets and ensure that the destruction and vandalism that is currently unfolding is indeed attended to. But of course, what impresses us also is the relook at the operating model of PRAZA, which is geared towards turning it around. And therefore, we are looking forward to the manner in which the department will be ensuring that the transport is funded to ensure that integrated development of public transport in particular, particularly giving its centrality to the working class and the poor, to ensure that they are taken to the workplace. The Honorable Chair, we are looking forward also to the department to support local governments here, particularly around the integrated public transport network, which is operating within the local government sphere, with a view to ensure that indeed that assistance must be upped. Of course, we are mindful of the environment that is taking place, particularly the environment around 2.3 billion that is shifted from various capital projects to fund the financial assets of AXA within the civil aviation program. But more than that, also the proposed move of 155.5 million that shifted from road transport to the South African Civil Aviation Authority. We are mindful of the fact that this environment and movement will not affect the rail and road infrastructure development, precisely by virtue of the fact that we want to have and ensure that indeed there is efficiency in terms of the transport, particularly given its critical role in economic development. The ANC supports second appropriation bill, vote 40, and request and make a humble appeal to the House to approve vote 30 for transport. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moimang. We have been informed that the DA wishes to call for a division.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. The DA objects and calls for a division.
Can we see support for the division?
Oakham supports.
Smith, Oakham. Ryder.
Nana supports.
Thank you. The division has been called, and we will now allow 30 seconds for those who are outside the virtual platform to join the session. 30 seconds have lapsed. We will now proceed to the voting on the question, and the question is that the vote we agreed to. So all delegates who vote in favor should please raise their hands. Keep your hands raised until the counting is complete.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Mushodi. Mama Rehane, are you fine now?
Vote in favor.
Kosi, are you fine now? Kosi? Kosi?
Yes, Deputy Chair, I vote in favor.
Munyamane? Munyamane?
Honorable Munyamani in favor, Chair.
Yes, we got you, Honorable Munyamane. Who else?
Nchangase in favor.
Nchangase.
And Luana, Deputy Chair.
Yes, I saw you on the platform, Luana. So if you have problems again, they will, in actual fact, the system will show whether you were there or not. So as soon as the count is complete, the table will lower their hands so that we prepare for the next vote. The hands have been lowered. Delegates who vote again should please raise their hands now and keep their hands raised until the count is completed. Against. As soon as the count is completed, the table will lower their hands to prepare for the next vote. There is abstention. Delegates who abstain should please raise their hands now. And since there is no abstentions, the voting will be closed and we will just get the results from the table. The results is as follows. In favor is 38, against is 10, and abstention is 0. The vote is thus agreed to. I would now put vote 41, water and sanitation. And I have been informed that parties would want to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63. EFF.
Chairperson, we won't be making a declaration on this vote.
Thank you, EFF. ANC.
Chairperson, sorry, the Freedom Front Plus would like to make a declaration as well.
Freedom Front Plus, you may continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let's all agree we need water and sanitation upgrades and maintenance, and we need it desperately. But the ANC is going about this backwards. The Minister herself said she has sleepless nights about how failing municipalities are not able to pay water bills. So the 35 million this department receives additionally is a droplet in the ocean of what is actually needed to improve what is becoming a water crisis in our country. What's the use of infrastructure development if the downward spiral of municipalities means that water will not be able to reach South Africans? And let me give an example, Chair. 2 municipalities in the Free State, namely Mangaung and Machabeng, they owe their water boards billions. And it seems there is no viable long-term solution to this ongoing legal tussles except for provincial governments to bail out these municipalities. And the result is there simply is no more money to bail out municipalities who ought to be self-reliant and self-sufficient. They aren't, and this is where we are now. This is the legacy of the ANC's policy of non-payment pre-1994. And the woes for the ANC started there, because if someone else or someone always received services for free, why would they then suddenly start paying? And even more so, who will pay if there are very little services? And the woes will continue because the ANC got it wrongly in the first place. Just as municipalities are wasting funds, this budget is also a waste, and ultimately our communities will continue to suffer. Which begs the question, what is the ANC busy with water in South Africa? Are they really committed to ensuring that water boards and municipalities are on good terms? For how long will water be available? Or are we seeing a type of coup d'etat with an aim to nationalize our water as well? These are the questions. So this budget cannot be supported, Chair.
ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. The ANC will have a declaration. Honorable Deputy Chair, members, vote 41, water and sanitation. The ANC rises in support of the second adjustment appropriations bill on budget vote 41. The ANC has long committed to accelerate the rollout of massive economic and social infrastructure programs, such as water supply, to unlock economic opportunities, create jobs, and improve the quality of life of our people. And that water continues to be identified as a catalytic sector to realize this vision. As the ANC, we welcome the priorities set out by government for community development. The funds in this function will assist the water sector since the deteriorating water services and infrastructure effects the ability of municipalities to provide reliable services to our people. This is further exacerbated by weak technical skills and inadequate spending on repairs and maintenance. To mitigate this, we welcome government's initiative to consider in a programmatic approach to asset management. While relevant departments such as the Department of Water and Sanitation undertake institutional reviews, we are concerned that under Program 3, Water Infrastructure Development, 306,534 million in unspent funds is rolled over for national COVID-19 drought emergency interventions. As the department has been at the forefront in the implementation of water supply interventions across the country in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, we urge that they ensure allocated funds are efficiently and effectively spent for their intended purpose. Lastly, Chairperson, it is through this second adjustment budget that South Africa is able to pursue its objective of ensuring the availability of water resources, facilitated equitable and sustainable socio-economic development, and ensure universal access to water and sanitation services. The ANC supports the second adjustment appropriations bill. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Njadu. With noting the objections of the AEFF and Freedom Front Plus, this vote is agreed to. Honorable delegates, I will now put the schedule. Are there any objections? We note the objections of DAEFF and Freedom Front Plus is previously put, and the schedule is thus agreed to. We will now proceed to the third order of the day, the consideration of the second adjustments appropriation bill and the report of the Select Committee on Appropriations thereof. We will now call on the Honorable Mahlangu to present the committee report.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Minister, permanent and special delegates present in the House, fellow South Africans, good afternoon. Honorable Chairperson, it is once more an honor and privilege to table before this House a report of the 2020 Second Adjustment Appropriations Bill on behalf of the Select Committee on Appropriations in the National Council of Provinces. I am happy to report to this House that the committee has unanimously adopted the bill without amendments, while the Democratic Alliance reserves its right to adopt the bill, and the Freedom Front Plus and EFF did not support the bill. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, in terms of public participation, to facilitate public participation and involvement, and in compliance with Section 72 of our Constitution, the general public and all interested stakeholders were invited to make written submissions and comments to the bill. The committee was also briefed by FFC and the PBO. During a public hearing held on the 27th of November 2020, oral submissions were made by the Public Service Accountability Monitor, PSAM, and the C19 People's Coalition. Honorable Chairperson, as the process unfolds, the committee made the following recommendations for the bill. The Minister of Finance should approve the overall rollover amount of 1.6 billion rands provided for in the bill for the 2020-21 Second Adjustment Appropriations Bill, as well as environments exceeding 8% in accordance with the Public Finance Management Act, and ensure that only projects near completion are approved to prevent fiscal dumping, a March spike, or under expenditure by the end of March 2021, at the end of the financial year. The Minister of Finance, Social Development, Health, Agriculture, Land Reform, and Rural Development, Environment, Forestry, and Fisheries, Sports, Arts and Culture, and Transport should ensure that proper financial management system is defined by Chapter 5, Section 38 of the PFMA, and Treasury regulations are put in place for the effective use of the 19.6 billion rand set aside in the 2020 Special Adjustment Budget to address the impact of the COVID-19 in various sectors with different interventions, including job creation, food relief, and social relief of distress. Where non-compliance persists, consequence management mechanisms should be implemented or considered, or must be enforced as required by Chapter 10. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Section 81 of the PFMA, Treasury regulations, and other applicable legal prescripts must be implemented without delay. The Minister of Finance should approve the following in-year spending adjustment: 23 billion rands for ESCOM, 6.5 billion rands for the South African Airways to settle its guaranteed debt and interest, 84.7 million rands for the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, ICASA, for licensing the high demand spectrum, as well as a reduction in the amount of 36.5 billion rands from compensation of employees as a result of the salary freeze. Furthermore, the Minister of Finance should ensure that National Treasury submit a detailed report and conditions to the committee before the 2021 budget is tabled regarding the use of the 10.5 billion allocation earmarked for the SAA Business Rescue Plan. Government should expedite the establishment of the proposed presidential state-owned enterprises council to provide strategic oversight of SOEs and ensure that their dependence on the fiscus is reduced by addressing their financial, operational, business, and funding models. The Minister of Finance and Health should ensure that funds are made available to build the required the requisite capacity to implement the national health insurance given the effects of COVID-19. And this should form part of the efforts to ensure that over the medium term, greater efficiency and reprioritization is achieved to protect service delivery in areas such as primary health care, immunization, and HIV prevention and treatment. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the Minister of Finance and Tourism should ensure that adequate capacity is developed and proper financial management systems are put in place as required by Section 38 of the PFMA, Treasury regulations, and other applicable prescripts for effective use of the 540 million rand set aside for a tourism equity fund to support Black-owned and commercially viable enterprises to acquire shares in tourism enterprises. This should include the short-term tourism relief fund extended to mid-2021, which aims to assist eligible small, medium, and macro enterprises with working capital. The tourism industry is one of the sectors that contributes significantly to the South African economy, and therefore it is important to unlock it. The Minister of Finance and Police should ensure that the factors that led to delays in the procurement and delivery of PPEs in the South African Police Service are investigated and addressed to avoid similar challenges being encountered in future procurement projects, especially given the high risk posed by COVID-19. Given the gradually increasing cost of the Commission of Inquiry into state capture, which requires government to move funds from other programs to ensure that investigations are conducted, the Ministers of Finance and Justice and Constitutional Development should ensure that proper planning and budgeting is done for the commission to conduct its investigations without fear or favor and to conclude its work as soon as possible. Whilst the committee, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, acknowledges that the issue of illicit financial flows is the responsibility of National Treasury and the South African Revenue Services, it recommends that National Treasury, together with other affected organs of state, expedite the work that is being done to address these issues as the country needs the funds being lost through illicit financial flows more than ever before. Repeated parliamentary committee reports have made numerous recommendations with regard to this issue, and Parliament will continue to monitor progress in this regard. The Minister of Finance, together with the Cabinet of the Republic, should take drastic steps to ensure that challenges encountered with the disbursement of funds in the bank loan guarantee schemes as part of unlocking the private sector to bolster economic recovery are addressed, and that South African developmental finance institutions are also considered for participation in the scheme without crowding out the private sector. Parliament will continue to monitor progress in this regard. The National Treasury should improve its public participation program and feedback mechanisms with regard to zero-based budgeting and other critical programs to ensure that civil society organization submissions are taken into consideration. Furthermore, Deputy Chairperson, the National Treasury should furnish Parliament with more details on how zero-based budgeting will be operationalized and what effect it will have on the current budget cycle. Whilst the committee agrees with the need to establish the public sector wage bill, government should ensure that the salary freeze does not result in a public sector brain drain, with critical government positions not attracting the required scarce skills and expertise needed to deliver quality services to the people. The committee also encourages both government and public sector unions to address all matters related to wage negotiations in the Public Service Coordinating Bargaining Council. The National Treasury Deputy Chairperson and the Department of Social Development should ensure that adequate responses are provided to any correspondence from civil society organizations regarding sectoral issues and expedite the processes of migrating the early childhood development programs from social development to the Department of Basic Education. The Minister of Social Development should ensure that illegal and unregistered ECD programs are investigated and the necessary remedial actions are taken into considerations without compromising ECD services. Honorable Deputy Chairperson and honorable members, the National Treasury should commit to more engagement with departments affected by in-year spending adjustment and should be required to report on the consultations conducted before the committee processes its budget. The limited available time to interact with stakeholders when processing budget should be addressed by the administrative and political leadership of Parliament. The Honorable Deputy Chairperson, chairpersons of parliamentary committees should engage each other to determine how can contribute more effectively to the processes. I want to thank everybody, as I did previously, members and everybody who contributed, Honorable Chairperson. I further want to say on behalf of the committee, we recommend to the House that the bill should be adopted without amendment. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, and to all the members and South Africans. Please take care during the festive season and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mashango. I will now put the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. But before we proceed to the voting, we will allow political parties the opportunity to make their declarations of votes in terms of Rule 63 if they wish to do so. We are going to give maximum 3 minutes per declaration of vote. And we will start with the Freedom Front Plus.
Agbare adjunkvoorsitter, dit is duidelik dat daar geen twyfel meer is dat Suid-Afrika in 'n geweldige finansiële krisis is nie en dat dit nie die gevolg is van enige gebeurtenis in die verlede nie. Dit moet in totaliteit voor die deur van die ANC gelê word. Yes, spatial planning was addressed but it bloated costs due to tenderpreneurs and corruption. Structural reforms were instituted upside down, which resulted in an unstable economy that doesn't allow for spontaneous growth in a volatile and regulated arena. The Appropriations Bill is and has been in line with the IDP and the NDP, thus being in line with the political ideology and the agenda of the combined ANC, SACP and their affiliates. It has therefore been in line with the twisted basket of socialist and Marxist and communist financial approach that the ruling party advocate and promote. OTA put it in a nutshell. Open quote, the South African government has reached the limits of its ability to fund its expenditure via taxes, excise duties, and user charges. Non-discretionary spending, which includes the wage bill and debt servicing costs, crowds out the social and infrastructure investment. To fund the growing deficit and the debt obligation, South Africa is forced to breach the limit on which it can safely borrow. Chair, South Africa needs to undertake fiscal consolidation in order to restore its fiscal balance. Increasing tax rates is not regressive, but will only hamper the economy from recovery. In order to restore fiscal balance, cost reduction strategies need to be utilized and applied in a manner that preserves social spending to support the most vulnerable and protects human rights realization. Close quote. Voorsitter, die irrasionele vermindering en vermeerdering van toekennings aan verskillende begrotingsposte is duidelik polities van aard. Die huidige finansiële situasie in die land herinner aan 'n veldbrand in die koppe van Rustenburg. Ons sien die rook, ons voel die vlamme. Die hande wat kom help is min, maar gewillig. Die vuur kan nie noodwendig dadelik geblus word nie, voorsitter. Dus word water hier en daar gespuit om uit pligsbesef op te tree. In baie sulke gevalle, voorsitter, is die enigste manier om die vuur te verhinder om 'n onherstelbare verwoesting te saai deur vuur met vuur te beveg of om die dryfmiddel of brandbare materiaal heeltemal uit die pad te skraap en te verwyder. With reference to the honorable vessels in the National Assembly, this is not an appropriations bill that government can be proud of. Government must take note. The time for political games are over. We do not have the financial stamina for that. Government cannot ration their stockpile anymore, Chair. The time has come to rid the ship of the rodents. The Freedom Front Plus does not support this bill. Thank you, Chair.
Freedom Front Plus is finished. IFP. We've got a Freedom Party. We've got a Freedom Party not present. Economic Freedom Fighters. Economic EFF.
Chairperson, we won't be making a declaration, but we are objecting to the bill.
Okay, Olivia, thank you.
Democratic Alliance.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. The
Mooi
appropriation
praat, joh.
is a convoluted, complex, and detailed document. And there's often a tendency to delve deeply into the detail and focus on individual allocation. But taking a step back and looking at the overall appropriation gives an idea of the mood, focus, and priorities of the President and his cabinet. Now, the Finance Minister has made it quite clear that the decisions we are asked to approve today are cabinet decisions, not his alone. I certainly don't blame him for trying to distance himself from this schizophrenic collection of compromises, payoffs, and repayments. The bill before us gives us a taste of the divisions and power plays that are taking place in the cabinet, divisions that are replicated throughout the governing party and all of its structures. So what we see are slashes to the departments and projects which should be receiving more funding. We see money taken from key departments like health, education and human settlements, water and sanitation. We see money being taken from provincial and local government where service delivery really happens and where revenue collection took a massive hit during the lockdown. We see funds being diverted to failing SOEs. We see funds being spent to put jackboots on the ground. Now, let me be clear. The military needs funding, but they need it for equipment maintenance and technology enhancements, not for Orwellian deployments against our own citizens. When I saw the lists of what was to be cut out of the budget just to fund SAA, it made me feel physically sick. The sacrifices are huge. But the biggest problem with this budget is the wishful dream that much of the shortfall will be funded by a decision of the courts to allow the government to go back on its wage deal with employees. As much as the Democratic Alliance agrees that the wage bill needs a substantial trimming, the reliance on this, excuse me, the reliance on this is gambling with the economy. Not even the minister's own comrades are supporting this, with the Standing Committee on Public Service and Administration openly voicing their doubts. We have been double downgraded, firmly in junk, but the minister has doubled down as well. And if his gamble doesn't pay off, we're going to end up looking for lenders who will either reject us or charge us rates that will leave us as beggars for years to come. The debt levels are already too high. We are sentencing our children to spend their lives paying off our debts. This appropriation adjustment is going to hurt us. Excuse me. This appropriation adjustment is going to hurt us for years and is therefore rejected along with the recommendations in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. Honorable Karim, ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. The thing that strikes you about the opposition parties is that they, offer these glib statements about COVID-19. But for the most part, they haven't internalized that this is the biggest crisis, not just us, but the world has had since 1918. And it's got far more disastrous consequences than any other pandemic in the last 102 years. So what is this about? Governments all over the world, not just our own, are battling, floundering, fumbling to find the right balances, to get the right fiscal and monetary balances in an unprecedented situation. Look at the nightmare in Europe, in the UK, not least the US. So our government too is facing the challenges. There are no certainties, no clear answers. And that's what I want to raise, Deputy Chairperson, that look, appropriations, as Dikuledi Mashlangu would say, is about finding the trade-offs, the balances. And if that's true about all appropriations bills and budgets as a whole, it's even far more the case, certainly now. Where are the answers, Chairperson, from the opposition about take the money from here, this particular vote, put it there rather, these are the reasons, take something from this sub-program and put it there, these are the reasons. There's no such thing. There's just bluster, reject, reject, reject for the sake of rejecting. Now, if you take the Freedom Front, now, they talk about over-regulation. Now, if anything this COVID has taught us is that the state needs to intervene. It's not the communist, neo-Stalinist economies he's thinking about. Can you imagine this government opting? It's a social democracy, something between the free market, total freedom that the Freedom Front seems to want, and state commandism. Secondly, I think to describe Minister Tito Mboweni now as a Marxist takes the cake, really. Like many other comrades in the ANC, I have no doubt he was substantially influenced by Marxism until 1990. I have no doubt he has a very firm grasp of it, but he certainly, Mr. Fani Jutoy, say many things can be said about him, but that he's Marxist, now is really absurd. Now, you have divide and rule. Yes, Mr. Ryder, complaining the ANC is operating like a Farkram Tabru and the National Party. So he is now dividing the Minister of Finance from the rest of the government and the ANC. That can't be done. Then you talk of Orwellian deployment. You talk about this appropriations, and the budget is all hurting us for a long time to come. Mr. Fani Jutoy talks about rodents and ships and so on. It could be very evocative, Mr. Fani. Who are the rodents you are talking about? But come back to this point, Chairperson. We've got our problems as the ANC. The people in Mongolia know about it, in Alaska. But Chairperson, every time I hear the opposition parties, I think, thank God that there's an ANC in power. I shudder to think, if ever any of these people were to come to power, if ever any of these people speaking for the opposition to be Minister of Finance, we will collapse. Thank you.
Good job, Honorable Karim.
Thank you very much.
Time is coming.
Honorable
Kubo Karim, Kubo.
Order, honorable members.
Yeah, it's gone.
Allow 20 seconds to delegates who are outside the platform to join the session, because we will proceed with the voting. Seconds have lapsed. We will now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. So delegates who vote in favor should please raise their hands and keep your hands raised until the voting is completed.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Who else is voting manually?
Honorable Changase in favor.
Honorable Nkosi, Deputy Chair.
Voting manually.
Honorable Munyamani,
Honorable
Chair,
Mama
in favor.
I have Mushodi, Nkosi, Amarehane,
Luana,
Munyamane, Luana, who else?
Changase.
Changane.
And the door which I'm about my battery slow.
Dodovu.
Yes.
As soon as the count is completed, the table will lower their hands to prepare for the next vote.
This show is rated PG-13. Additional restrictions apply as indicated.
Honorable Dodovo, we don't want to check movie with you.
But can't the chairperson call Dodovu to order? He's been doing this throughout the session.
Absolutely.
We
the whole
cannot
day.
be subjected to this, honestly.
Okay, if anyone needs to be called to order, it's you.
Can we, if the voting is completed, the table will lower the hands. The hands have been lowered, which means we can continue, and we ask delegates who are voting against to please raise their hands and keep your hands raised until the voting is concluded. Honorable Dango, what is the issue?
Thank you, Honorable Dango.
Dango finally.
Honorable Dango.
Chairperson, I was kicked out. I voted for.
So then they can lower your hands.
Yeah.
Can you lower the hand of Honorable Dango, table? Those officials. So as soon as the count is completed, the table can lower the hands so that we prepare for the next vote. Delegates who want to abstain can please raise their hands now. If there is no abstentions, the voting is closed and the table will submit the results. We are receiving the results. The results are as follows. In favor is 39, against 10, and abstention 0. The bill is agreed to in terms of
We can go home now.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Thank you. That concludes the business around the amendment or the second, what do you call it, Honorable Mahlangu? Around the bill, that is the consideration of the second adjustment appropriation bill. So that concludes the business around that. And we can now proceed to the farewell speeches, which will be the last item on the order paper. The last item on the order paper, and I will now call on the Honorable S.J. Mohai, the Chief Whip of the Council, to lead the speakers list. Honorable Mohai.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, fellow colleagues, Minister Mboweni and MECs present, distinguished special delegates, Salga, fellow South Africans, Once more, we have reached that moment of the year when we have to part ways, to down tools, to join our families and constituencies for the festive season. This is indeed a special moment for our loved ones and the people we serve. A moment we must all appreciate as the people located at the cutting edge of service to our people, united in our diversity. It should also be a moment for critical reflection. First and foremost, we must reflect on how best we, both as collective and as individuals, thrown our weight behind the critical task of transforming the National Council of Provinces into a genuine custodian of provincial interest in the national sphere of government. Secondly, what must we do to improve our service to the people of South Africa as ambassadors of provincial and local government in the National Parliament? These are certainly not easy questions, but each one of us must endeavor to reflect on these very involved and complex questions. Honorable Chairperson, as we rise to close this year, we really look back at the last 10 months with a great sense of pride and confidence of the brighter future in the work of this august House. Firstly, we have mobilized our efforts to collectively combat the frontiers of destructive and toxic culture of placing party political contestations ahead of collective interest and aspiration of South African people. This year alone, there were critical moments where we spoke with one voice on fundamental issues which affect our people across provinces. This is a supreme test of responsible leadership. We have also demonstrated a great sense of honesty in expressing our differences on fundamental questions of policy as evidence of multi-party parliament that this House is. This has indeed been inspiring and demonstrate the maturing nature of our democracy. At the core of these success stories is the evolving assault on blind majoritarianism, which locates party political interest above superior logic and political persuasion. In equal measure, fighting the disposition of some minority parties to privilege blunt opposition, which opposes for the sake of opposing. This is a culture we must nurture, defend, and consolidate into the posterity. Chairperson, the year 2020 was indeed a difficult year for Parliament and for our people, but it has been a great one too. We have lost many South Africans, some of them our colleagues, and our economy has been adversely affected. This has impacted on many of our plans and is destroying the livelihoods of our people. Nevertheless, we have consistently demonstrated a deep sense of collective leadership, empathy, and solidarity in the midst of this deadly COVID-19 pandemic. We have indeed authored an indelible script that will be encrypted in history book for many generations to come. For me personally, as Chief Whip of the Council, it has been tremendous joy working with every single one of you. The fierce howling from opposition benches and rumbling replies from the ruling party have all been a demonstration of how vibrant democracy has become. I will dearly miss the combination of jabs and cheers in areas that best illuminates our diversity and strength in unity of the opposites. Lastly, we dip our heads in honor of many honorable members and colleagues who have passed on this year due to COVID-19 and other illnesses. They remain permanent part of this august House, and our hearts shall remain with their families. We must also honor those among us who have survived the demon of COVID-19. They have indeed offered hope to many South Africans that this battle can be won. We also wish Honorable Mandla Khai a speedy recovery. He could not join us because of ill health. Allow me, honorable members, Chairperson, allow me with these few remarks to wish all of you and your families all the best for this festive season. For those who will be traveling, may the universe secure you a safe journey back home until we meet again next year. Happy Christmas and prosperous New Year. I thank you.
Oh, Chief Whip, thank you.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Thank you so much.
Honorable Chief Whip. The next speaker will be Honorable Kathy Labuskaghni of the Democratic Alliance.
Honourable Deputy Chair, Honourable Minister, Honourable Members and fellow South Africans, we've come to the parliamentary end of an historic year. We started this year with some stark realities, as stated in the President's State of the Nation speech delivered on the 13th of February 2020, I quote, "Our country is facing a stark reality. Our economy has not grown at any meaningful rate for over a decade. Even as jobs are being created, the rate of unemployment is deepening. The recovery of our country has stalled as persistent energy shortages have disrupted businesses and people's lives. Several state-owned enterprises are in stress and our public finances are under severe stress," end the quote. This was the South African backdrop on which we entered the arena of the coronavirus pandemic crisis. We all remember the hard
Honorable really, sorry, Honorable Labuschagne, just a moment. Honorable Dodover, really, it is becoming too much. So, Honorable Labuschagne, sorry, you may continue.
Thank you, Chair. We all remember the hard lockdown phase started in March this year with the aim to get our health facilities and services ready to be able to flatten the curve as well as save lives. This was followed by various levels of lockdown with devastating socioeconomic consequences on the majority of South Africans that will not be equalized within the next 4 years. This is still the stark reality as we are experiencing a surge of coronavirus infections in some parts of our country again. Our public finances are even more challenged, as it is clearly demonstrated by the Adjustment Appropriations Bill we've just voted on. Furthermore, corruption is still another stark reality, despite the fact that the President also declared war on corruption. As if this is in itself not more than enough to cope with, failing local governments not delivering basic services to their communities are a reality across the country. The stark reality for the NCOP as an institution in normal circumstances is to adhere to and fulfill our constitutional mandate, and in times of crisis more so to ensure that we address the issues of our provinces on a national level and specifically in the legislative process. We have to adjust the way we conduct business of Parliament while still serving the public we represent to ensure change needed. With this in mind, I would like to reflect on a few issues and activities of the NCOP in 2020. We recognize and applaud the NCOP for utilizing existing technology for Parliament to continue work during lockdown on the virtual platforms of Zoom and Microsoft Word. Some of us are still struggling with connectivity that we hope will be addressed, as virtual meetings for Parliament is one of the positive results of the coronavirus crisis that I think should be utilized in future, as it is cost and time saving. We urge the presiding officers, chief whip, chairs of select committees and whips of committees, as well as members, to guard against party political decisions in select committees that undermines the rule of law, as well as the constitutional function of the NCOP, as was the case in the recommendation in section 139 on Swanee this year in March. Decisions like that does not only cost the taxpayer money in our dire economic circumstances, it furthermore undermines the image of the NCOP as a supposed to be a respected institution representing and fighting for the people without fear or favor. On the same note, we welcome the formation of the ad hoc committee to address the Section 100 intervention in Northwest Province. Again, it was not without a fight led by the DA. Our institution should stand out as being recognized for integrity, which implies the political parties should have robust debates on policies, budgets, and the impact of legislation, not about following procedures and processes set out in the Constitution, rules, and adopted practices. Still on more or less on the same principle, a one-sided decision was taken on what departments has been prioritized for oversight on the impact of the corona crisis, as well as the format of this oversight that still does not exist in the rules of the NCOP. Despite new innovative ways of conducting plenaries and committees on virtual platforms, the Rules Committee of the NCOP never met in 2020 to either discuss or adjust any of these new rules made as we go. We recognize the fight to keep the executive accountable via oral questions in the latter part of 2020 and welcome the new formula of recognizing members for follow-up questions. We welcome the focus of local governments in Local Government Week, as well as the focus in Section 139 and Section 154 in the Provincial Week, We again urge all members to be responsible and accountable in our decisions regarding interventions. We recognize the NCOP's role in the various sectoral issues addressed by Parliament in 2020. We welcome the focus on gender-based violence and would welcome a drive to bring evidence-based change in declining numbers in gender-based violence in future. We are proud to have introduced the first climate change debate held in the NCOP in March 2020 and hope that the NCOP will embrace our mandate of elevating the issues of provinces to the national level, with climate change issues to be reflected in our scrutiny of policies, legislation, budgets and strategic plans of all departments, as well as assessing the impact of these on our communities. It should be logic that some focus should be on the importance of our natural resources as power, such as power, water, and the environment, in balance with human activity to ensure sustainability. We urge the select committees to focus on the impact of legislation, to initiate the review of legislation that proves challenges when implemented, and find innovative ways to amend and adjust policies and legislation to the benefit of our people and the economy. That is one of our constitutional mandates, but we are still lacking in, as proved by some of the bills being sent back to Parliament by the Presidency. These bills were all passed in the NCOP against public participation input, opposition's input, and even some legal opinions. We urge the NCOP to remember the stark reality of the South African state of the nation before the corona crisis hit us. Not to reflect every challenge and difficulty to the corona crisis, but to clearly evaluate and differentiate for us to be able to address the realities as well as the impact of the virus on lives and livelihoods. I want to pay a tribute to all frontline healthcare workers, all healthcare workers and essential service workers who potentially sacrifice their safety to be of service to us as a nation. Thank you to all other public servants, NGOs, CBOs, faith-based organizations, businesses and individuals who contributed financially and any other way to help us cope during this crisis. We cannot end this historic year without recognizing the loss of loved ones due to the virus. Our heartfelt condolences to each and every person, colleagues, and all families who've been through the life-changing experience of losing a loved one. Lastly, I want to pay tribute to the staff who carried the behind-the-scenes workload during this difficult year. You were very often the ones who had to deal with people's fear, frustrations, and anger. Thank you for being patient, professional, and addressing the issues. Thank you to the presiding officers and the chief whip and the opposition and all the other colleagues from all other parties for robust discussions and interactions. We believe this is one way of ensuring that we fulfill our role as representatives of the people who elected us. I am very proud to be part of the current DA team and cannot praise and thank my fellow DA colleagues enough for their dedication, hard work, enthusiasm, care, and professional way. They demonstrate the values and principles of freedom, fairness, opportunity, and diversity in their daily parliamentary activities. It is a privilege to serve with you. I want to wish us all a time of rest and reflection, a time to refuel and renew for the challenges of 2021. I would like to bless us all with a peaceful and joyous festive season with family and friends, remembering the basic rules of living with COVID-19. Hashtag mask up, wash hands and sanitize, keep your distance, open doors and windows, and avoid crowds and close contact. Thank you.
Just Honorable Mokause of the Economic Freedom Fighters. He will be the next one to debate.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Council. Deputy Chairperson, we have come to the end of yet another year as delegates to this council and the representatives of our people's aspiration and hopes of the future. This has been a year like no other. Our nation, like the rest of the world, has been unplugged into fear and uncertainty brought about by coronavirus. Our state has been exposed for what it truly is, a mere arrangement for protecting white wealth and being a buffer between our people's anger at the continuing injustices and the opulent lifestyles of rich, who are largely the descendants of the land thieves. As the rich hold themselves up in their high-walled yards, bought themselves health supplements, and emptied shelves at supermarkets to ensure their survival at the beginning of the pandemic. The vast majority of our people who are Black people suffered crippling anxiety because they did not know where their next meal was going to come from, or whether or not their hospitals, which had been dysfunctional for years, would be able to take care of them when they get sick. The whole nation, Chairperson, looked on as food, funds, resources meant to alleviate the suffering of the poor were once again redirected to the bottomless pockets of the ruling party elite. 2021, House Chairperson, has to be the year that our people cement their breakup with a party that has overseen the deepening of their suffering. The EFF has always been on the side of the people. We initiated the South African Reserve Bank Amendment Bill to nationalize the South African Reserve Bank and put it under the ownership of the people as a whole. We initiated and tabled the National Health Amendment Bill in order to legislate the clinics to open for 24 hours throughout the country. Chairperson, we have also ensured that the work towards the amendment of Section 25 of the Constitution continues, because we know that if it is were for the ruling party, that our work would be long forgotten by now. Chairperson, our representatives in the National Assembly, legislatures throughout the country, and councils throughout municipalities, including delegates here in this council, have made a huge sacrifice and donated 33% of their salaries towards the Solidarity Fund in order to assist government's response to coronavirus. On the ground, we have been the ever-present voice of our people, the Black majority of this country, fighting racism whenever it raises its ugly head, from cliques to Senegal, to our own Brackenfell, which belongs to Black people. Racists know that whenever the EFF comes, they must hide their stinking tails and their red necks. Despite all this, a lot more still needs to happen. It is for this reason that we urge South Africans from all walks of life to take good care of themselves. This country will go back to its rightful owners, the Black majority. Coronavirus is still with us. It is still dangerous, it still kills. Let us observe safety protocols as we enjoy this festive break. Those who drink must do so in moderation. Let us reduce gatherings and try and stay at home as much as possible. Our health and safety depend solemnly on us. From us, the EFF, to you, happy holidays. Let us meet on the ground come 2021. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mokause. We will now call on Honorable A.B. Klute of the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. 2020 was the year of the so-called normal. It was the year we were infected by a virus that almost brought the world to a standstill. We were infected by masks, which have basically become part of our faces and latched onto us as we lost the ability to see people, even smile. We were infected with the ability to breathe easily, and our right to life, to oxygen, was restricted. We were infected by regulations after regulations, apparently to protect ourselves and others. We were told that this is the new normal. Chair, with this, no one can breathe. Voorsitter, ons mag nie toelaat dat dit 'n nuwe normaal word nie. Niemand sê COVID-19 is nie 'n realiteit nie. Vriende en familie naby ons is geaffekteer, sommige van ons het geliefdes verloor. En in ons eie midde het ons kollegas verloor. Maar ons mag nie toelaat dat ons so beperk en ingeperk word nie. Ons mag nie aanvaar dat ons mag nie toelaat dat ons vryheid gesteel word onder die dekmantel dat dit vir ons eie beswil is nie. Ons mag nie toelaat dat ons vryheid ingeboet word nie. Dit mag nooit die nuwe normaal wees nie. It should never be the new normal for politicians to make bigoted statements. And let me remind this House and its members A racist is a person who is prejudiced against or hostile towards a person or people on the basis of the membership of a particular racial ethnic group, typically one that is minority or marginalized. That's the official definition of the word. So maybe those who cry racist should have a look in the mirror. You're allowed to have your own opinion, you're not allowed to your own truth. Chair, acts of carnage in our streets and in front of our schools and more farm attacks with more brutality may never be the new normal. Political elites receiving COVID-19 contracts, the Eastern Cape's UberMed scooter ambulance failure, disregard for the law and the Zondo Commission may never be the new normal. Allowing government to bail out SIA again to the peril of our healthcare system may not be the new normal. In the meantime, unemployment reached new levels and our state funds are exhausted. Our municipalities remain to be not self-reliant and a general mess. So for many people, 2020 was a dark year with very little light at the end of the tunnel. And yet, ordinary South Africans made it through the year. We have shown that our ability to survive is stronger than our seemingly overwhelming problems. Ons het oorleef want ons het 'n belangrike les geleer. Ons het geleer ons leef nie vir onsself nie. Sommige het hulle werk verloor, sommige kon vandag nie eet nie. Ons verantwoordelikheid teenoor mekaar het sterker geword en die wat kan, het die wat nie kan nie gehelp. Dis waar ons krag lê. Sommige van ons doen self. Waar die staat nie kan of wou help nie, het ons self. Waar sommiges wou breek, het sommiges gebou en skoongemaak. Waar ander wou moord en die regering nie daarin geslaag het om moorde en misdaad te bekamp nie, het ander ingespring, patrollies gedoen en ons gemeenskappe veilig gehou. Ons weet nou, gemeenskappe wat omgee, is sterk gemeenskappe. Daardie gemeenskap het saamgestaan en sterk gestaan. Dit is 'n nuwe normaal, voorsitter. 'n Nuwe normaal waar burgers self doen waar die regering misluk het of die staat ons eenvoudig net nie gehelp het nie. Maybe C.S. Lewis coined it perfectly when he said, "The state exists simply to promote and protect the ordinary happiness of human beings in this life." That's what the state is for, and unless they're helping to increase and prolong and protect that, all laws, parliaments, armies, courts, police, economics, etc. are simply a waste of time. Hopelijk is volgende jaar 'n jaar waar gewone mense hulle eie nuwe normaal gaan skep. 'n Normaal waar ons vryhede beskerm word, sterker en veiliger gemeenskappe gehou word en die regering uiteindelik sy plek begin besef. Die VF+ wens elkeen 'n geseënde Kersfees toe en mag die boodskap van Christus se liefde en hoop opnuut in ons harte ingeëets word. Dankie, voorsitter.
Wat ken jy van Christus?
Meneer A.B. Kloete. Akbara Mokase, kan jy ons toch toelaat? Since the representative of the Inkatha Freedom Party is not on the platform, we will now immediately give over to the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Amos Masondo, to conclude the debate or the speeches.
Greetings to all delegates. The Minister of Finance, Tito Mboweni, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, House Chairperson for Committees and Oversight, Honorable Jane Nyambi, House Chairperson for International Relations and Member Support, Honorable W. Ngwenya, Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable S. Mohai, Salaga representatives, permanent and special delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Deputy Chairperson, it is not every day that we get to say farewell to one another. It is therefore a special moment to pause and look back in examination of our efforts in the NCOP and the rugged, difficult road we have traveled during the year. We started off the year with the finalization of the strategic plan of the 6th Parliament. The plan set out two main priorities of strengthening oversight and accountability and enhancing public involvement. We also identified the need to strengthen oversight and accountability between the three spheres of government. In particular, the Sixth Parliament committed itself to the following: improving committee oversight work, improving the effectiveness of public hearings, enhancing research and legal support, improving the capacity of MPs, improving monitoring, tracking, and evaluation, using modern technology, and ensuring efficiency, productivity, and cost saving. Little did we know that as early as the first quarter of this calendar year, our plans would be threatened by the spread of COVID-19 virus here and abroad. One notes the devastation and the debilitating effect in China, in Italy, in Spain, in England, the Americas, in Africa, across the Caribbean, and indeed elsewhere. As we speak, cases in South Africa stands at about 821,000. Parliament temporarily halted its activities as a precautionary measure. The aim was to drastically limit the numbers of people at the precincts in Cape Town and at the off-site parliamentary activities. We salute all those who passed on, as well as all the frontline health workers and those who deliver similar services. Given the indispensable role of Parliament in our democracy, even in times of disaster, we were able to quickly put in place the necessary information and communications technology infrastructure to ensure that the work of the institution continued through virtual meetings. We were aware that our country's terrain would present us with challenges when it comes to connectivity, which is a matter, I guess, that still confronts us as we move into the future. We reframed the rules to make provision for virtual house sittings and the sittings of committees. We directed the administration to take every possible step to eliminate any possible compromise as a result of parliamentary processes and procedures applicable during this period. I'm not one to sing praises in every available instance, but I'm happy to say that we have done sterling work in spite of the circumstances. For example, in respect of legislation, we have passed 21 bills this year, which includes the following: the National Public Health Institute of South Africa Bill, Section 76, the Division of Revenue and Division of Revenue Amendment Bills, Section 76, the Disaster Management Tax Relief Bill, Section 77, the Prescription of Civil and Criminal Matters, Sexual Offences Amendment Bill, Section 75, and the Local Government Municipal Structures Amendment Bill, Section 76. In respect of questions, 2020 compared favorably with 2019, which was an election year. In 2019, a total of 538 written and oral questions were put to the executive and answered, whilst in 2020, the total was 958. Our observations are that since the beginning of the Sixth Parliament, the majority of questions from MPs solicited responses on the thematic areas of the National Development Plan. There was an increase of questions in respect of quality healthcare, clean environment, quality of education, skills development, housing, water, electricity, and sanitation. In respect of the NCOP flagship programs, we successfully implemented the Provincial Week and the Local Government Week programs. Going forward, we need to ensure that the outcomes of these engagements are followed up. We initiated a number of ministerial briefings towards enhancing cooperation amongst the three spheres of government to combat the spread of the coronavirus and to address the economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. The purpose was to ensure that the three spheres of government work together in response to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. The briefings were as follows. The ministerial briefing on cooperative governance and traditional affairs and health on the 25th of May 2020, the ministerial briefings on education on the 25th of June 2020, the ministerial briefing on human settlements, water, and sanitation on the 7th of July 2020, the ministerial briefing on agriculture, land reform, and rural development on the 25th of August 2020, the ministerial briefings on small business development on the 1st of September 2020, the ministerial briefing on employment and labor on the 13th of October 2020, and the ministerial briefing on poverty index and poverty lines in South Africa on the 20th of October 2020. This past week, we hosted the briefing by the Interministerial Task Team on Section 100 interventions in Northwest Province, which was initiated in 2018. The aim of the briefing was to ensure that all of us are exposed to the detail of this important exercise. As you are aware, the NCOP has handled very few Section 100 interventions since its inception. The last similar intervention in a province by a national government was in Limpopo during the 4th Parliament. I will in due course provide direction on how the NCOP will process the report of the Interministerial Task Team in this regard. I wish to thank the people of South Africa, permanent and special delegates, the representatives of South African Local Government Association, led by its leadership of organized local government, and our partner institutions for a great working relationship over the course of this year. I would also like to thank the presiding officers for their great support and leadership, the Deputy Chairperson for leading sectoral work that included important initiatives such as Women's Charter Review, the House Chairperson of Committees and Oversight for collaborative efforts with the National Assembly and ensuring that our committees have the necessary support even under virtual working conditions. The House Chairperson for International Relations and member support for initiating work that seeks to ensure that members operate in a conducive environment. Many of us would agree that 2020 was a very tough and testing year. We thank the administration of Parliament for ensuring that Parliament transitioned to a virtual paradigm in response to the global pandemic. We are aware that this imposed extreme pressure on the staff and personnel, particularly on our information and communication technology support team. Our ICT team were instrumental in the transformation of the skills of many MPs from the beginners to intermediary and advanced levels in the use of modern tools of work. I would like to thank the Acting Secretary of Parliament, Ms. Baby Chow, for leading and coordinating our response to the COVID-19 pandemic with due care for all categories of MPs and members and staff. We appreciate the work of Secretary of the NCOP, Advocate Mudibedi Pindela and his team for consistent and professional support for the presiding officers and delegates to the NCOP. Mr. Kofri Mkate, the Executive Director of the Office of the Chairperson of the NCOP, has worked tirelessly to lead and coordinate personal and behind-the-scenes support to the presiding officers. The disruption caused by COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in a virtual workplace, flexibility, and savings in cost in terms of conducting parliamentary work. However, its effect should be measured by the extent to which it has assisted us to become a responsive people's parliament. Therefore, we must identify the positive impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic to our work, as well as associated risks, and ensure that we derive lessons for the future. The developments regarding the search for COVID-19 vaccine in different parts of the world are most welcome. However, we know that it will take a longer time before these vaccines are generally available. Until then, the solutions remains ensuring personal hygiene and good health practices, practicing social distancing at all times, wearing a mask over your mouth and nose, especially when in public spaces, washing your hands regularly with soap and water, or use an alcohol-based sanitizer. Let us all practice extreme care during this festive season as we interact with family members and friends. Let nobody contribute to any death in whatever way that can be avoided, especially when help in the form of vaccine is on its way. Tomorrow marks the end of 16 days of activism for no violence against women and girls campaign. However, given the scourge of gender-based violence in the country, we must not forget that the 16 days campaign forms the center point of government comprehensive 365 days of activism, and we must all play our part. I wish you a great festive break. May you please find time to relax so that you can come back fresh and re-energize next year. 2021 is an important year in our national political calendar. Apart from 2021 local government elections, we'll continue to grapple with seeking to build our economy, fighting unemployment, addressing inequality, and battle poverty overall. We are not where we were in 1994. We are not where we should be in 2020. The future beckons, and the National Democratic Society is within grasp. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, May I order? Order. The house is not yet adjourned, and I also want just to say something to you. Before we thank all the participants in today's house sitting, just also want to, in a year 2020, that was a very difficult year when we were fighting the dual pandemic of violence against women and children as well as the COVID-19. We want to think and reflect on all of those that passed away and all of those that were at the forefront of making sure that they work with us in the fight against both the pandemics that we spoke about. But also before we conclude, let us remember the late Auditor General, Mr. Kimi Makwetu, someone that we worked with, as well as Professor Daniel Plaikis, someone that we work with in the Finance and Fiscal Commission, as well as our own member, Honorable Mola, that also succumbed to COVID-19. I want us to remember them for the contribution that they have made during our lifetime of working as working people, and also want to emphasize that COVID-19 is a reality. For those that doesn't realize it, please, during these holidays, make sure that you are at the forefront of advocating the importance that we should coordinate it, fight against this pandemic. Let me then conclude by thanking the Minister of Finance that today attended this plenary session. Particularly thank the chairperson for his guidance and leadership throughout the year, and also for his patience with people like myself that is a little bit impatient and hot-headed. I want to really thank him, the Chief Whip, for your leadership and your guidance throughout, and also for your patience. You are one of the people that are very supportive. We really want to thank you for being the kind of person that you are. Advocate Pindela and your team, our officers, we want to thank them because, like Honorable Abaskachne have said, it is those that are working in the back room that are ensuring our success. So we want to express our appreciation to them also. And let us all have joyous holidays. And for those that observe Christmas, may it be a Christ feast for you, and may 2021 be a year of decisive action for all of us. As you travel, travel safely. As you are going home, take time out to rest and make sure that you come back fresh, God willing. To all of you, we wish you the best of the best. The House stands adjourned. Thank you very much.
Malibongwe.
Rakensa.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Whip.